Hey, how's it going? It's Man Tomorrow here. Thank y'all for coming through for the election night coverage. While we do some election night coverage, I'm gonna go over some things here. Let me tell you why I wanted to push the show back rather than 6 o'clock, rather than 8 o'clock, and it's a very funny reason. I wanted to see how many people in the Black Manosphere who never covered a policy proposal outside of the Platinum Plan, who never covered a debate, who never covered the vice presidential debate, who never covered a town hall. I just wanted to see how many people would dare think that they know anything about this process, but just want to show up whenever the results are being called in. And man, these people didn't disappoint, boy. Let me tell you, they didn't disappoint. So, what we're going to do, as I wait for my co host to come on, is go through the things that are actually going to be happening here going forward tonight. There's always some states that's already been called, but I guess we should start off with the actual polling in some areas because this is something that was off before. But let me tell you why the polling was off last time and why it will never be off as it was like it was last time. Last time during the election, during the primary, nobody wanted to vote for Hillary Clinton. Clearly, right? But what it was is that not all these people, they didn't have a reason to not vote for her because Hillary Clinton had a very public track record. She's the former first lady of the United States. She's a senator from New York. You know, she has a very public track record. And with Trump, there was not a track record. He wasn't a politician. And there's a lot of things going on in the Democratic primary where Debbie Wasserman Schultz and the people of the Democratic Party decided to start moving primaries up and cutting debates so that way it would be advantageous for Hillary Clinton versus the senator from Vermont, Bernie Sanders. And everybody knows that Bernie Sanders got pretty much screwed out of the nomination. So you had the people who were not going to show up to vote because of what happened to Bernie Sanders in the primary. Then you had these people. You know, James Comey came out the middle of the actual in the middle of the month, who gave his own October surprise by himself. Now, it is against the law to actually open an investigation on an actual political candidate within 60 days of an election. But nothing said about that actual law to make it so that way people wouldn't be able to come out and give press conferences to make it look like they were actually going to announce some type of charges on the actual candidate during the election. If there was something up with Hillary Clinton's emails, they would have already found it by now. But he gave those people hope at the end of the process in October when he announced some type of maybe, maybe not investigation. And that's when the polls started to slide very, very quickly. Because as you started to get in the polls, days after that, the numbers were going down and down and down and down. Now, the lead would have probably held and stayed clear, but since he came out and did that, it gave those people cover to actually do that. And you have to keep in mind, 4 years ago tonight, the election was pretty much called in a very minute amount of votes in 3 different states. But like I said, most of these people knew Hillary Clinton's track record. They assumed that Trump was a successful business guy, so Donald Trump was going to come into office and not be beholden to all the political leanings that normally would stall anybody in the process. And since most people think that politics is a president do whatever he wants to type of thing, not understanding that there's a House and a Senate and a Supreme Court and all types of things, governors of other states, a lot of those people just didn't understand the process, but they thought that a strong head, like a dictator, would be able to solve these problems because they didn't understand the process. And they were 100% wrong. Hey, I was wrong. I didn't think that the polls would slide that much, 4 or 5 points within 3 weeks. I never thought that. I mean, because I thought that maybe that guy's mistakes or her mistakes or her perceived mistakes by Comey wouldn't cause that much. Holy shit, Willie D is doing an election like in 2020. This is why I'm saying where most of these fucking dumb niggas come around at the finish line and want to try to clout chase off of the shit that's going on without putting no type of effort into covering anything up to that. Wow, these people are dumb. All right, so it's like this. What happened in that presidential election last time will never be able to happen again. There's going to be so many laws put in place that's going to make damn sure that that stuff isn't going to happen again. That you're pretty much going to know what's going on well before it actually happens. What's going on, Nagone?
Hey, what's going on? Okay, I'm sitting here. I'm looking at right now the return to Florida. So, as far as the last campaign looks, that's in the grave. We got to take a look at what the key issues are here. The key issues are COVID, and also the economy. And there are some, I would say there's some cultural issues also. So, we're looking at Florida right now. And I see the numbers coming in. I do not think that Biden is going to win Florida.
No. I mean, I never thought he was going to win.
I think Broward County has been coming through about 10% ahead on that. In Broward, where he should be about 30 or so. Now, I would like to say very quickly, I know Florida pretty well. I've got a lot of relatives down there and so forth. And Broward County, there where we have a decent black population, but a very heavy Cuban population as well, Latino. You have what I call a de facto plantation in that area where DeSantis has set things up. You've got the Negroes kind of on the plantation. You've got the big overseers, without a doubt, are the Cubans, and they're basically running syndicate. What I also think that what we're seeing too is you having some fracturing and some black people actually even breaking away from the party. So we're seeing some of that as well coming through. So Biden in Broward is underperforming as far as also in Miami-Dade. He's actually underperforming, maybe moving down towards the 50% range and coming down a little bit lower where, when Obama was running and won Florida twice, he was well over 60. He was up over 60% in these areas, and and he's not there. So Trump has done his job in cutting heavily into the Latino community, very, very deeply there. The plantation you have set up in Broward as well, keeping the Negroes pretty much down, and then many siphoning off. You got a percentage of them siphoning off as well. So, Pinellas County looks like that's about almost even. So he's not running above Hillary numbers that were there before. So we're looking at the numbers coming in actually to where the heavy Democratic counties are in Florida. Joe Biden is just doing okay. The outlying counties in the Panhandle that's going to come through by way of in the Florida Panhandle, of course, we're going to see those numbers coming through, and I think that as time goes on, they're going to certainly. It's going to be close, but I do not believe that Biden is going to win Florida right now. Ohio was looking pretty strong. I don't know if the Republicans are going to be able to make up some of the differences in Pennsylvania as well, and we can get into that in a little bit. Still, it's still kind of early to call, but I'll say this right now: do not think that Trump cannot potentially run the table. It's a possibility that he could. He's an incumbent president. He's highly flawed, and has got huge issues. But people might still go with him. You don't know. So an incumbent does have power. So we're not really seeing it so far. But as of right now, they're saying that North Carolina, where my cousin who lives there, she says it's too close to call over there, and it's too close to call. Ohio too close to call as of right now. So we don't know how things are breaking. Let's see how things look. But this is going to be a tight one all night long. And we'll get into the breakdown on that as well in this one. The big difference, I would say, from Hillary to what's going on here, Hillary was a candidate that wasn't really liked that much. She had issues, the Comey thing and everything else like that came up. She didn't campaign, I don't believe, as successfully as she should have in the Midwest, and kind of left the flyover states a little bit to chance. And she made some key mistakes and lost in some key areas. Biden has tried to shore that up, but he is running against the incumbent right now, who is out there and has a certain degree of popularity that people like, and it's still going to be a tough one. So let's just see how this shapes up as of right now. But right now, if I'm going to call anything right now early, I will call Florida for Trump. Anyway, go ahead, Mike.
Hey, peace to everyone. Peace to the chat. So I just started sharing my screen because I'm just now catching up. But this is what we're looking at from a map perspective.
Break it down.
Although Biden was somewhat leading in the beginning for Florida, it does look like the Tangerine Tyrant could take Florida. It was even about 10 minutes ago, so I don't know. We're still ongoing watching. They won't call it until 10 o'clock though. So I don't know if anybody can see my screen.
Yeah, I can see it.
So this is where we are right now. Biden's at 85, Trump's at 55. Trump needs 270 to win.
Yeah, it's early in the night, man, and like I said, around about 10 o'clock or so is when you'll probably see the real kind of cyclical calls coming in for all these other states. So for me personally, I gave him everything he wanted, and he still slightly lost. I mean, there's just some states where he's down 10 points. I don't think he can come back from that. States like Wisconsin, states like Michigan, states like Arizona for some reason, even though that lead should have been there when Maricopa County Joe Arpaio was there. Like the dude's gone and like the numbers are flipped. Like it makes no sense. So yeah.
Well, it does make some sense if you understand what's been going on in Arizona. I know Arizona quite well. I have some very good friends there, family there, and I actually owned a business there some years ago, a 7-Eleven that I was working with a partner with there. But anyway, make a long story short, you have a very transit community. You have many coming in from Chicago, many coming in from California. You have those that are also coming in from New York and so forth. You have a because the pricing, the house costs and so forth are more were more affordable. They're going up now, of course. But you've got a lot of people coming from a lot of different areas of the country that are a bit more liberal leaning. So therefore, you're going to have somewhat of a change in some of these attitudes. That's why you're seeing some of what's going on. Especially when you look in the areas of Tempe, certainly Tempe, Arizona, and you're starting to look at even more the suburbs of Phoenix and so forth. You're seeing a lot more people kind of coming into that area who are let's just say are might be a bit more liberal in their thinking. Now, also, you do have a Latino population. Now, the Latino population is not a monolithic one. When we say from a standpoint of thinking and voting. So you have Mexicans that are there that are dealing certainly with immigration issues and so forth. Arpaio and these guys were really wild and out there and really going in on people crazily and illegally in some respects, and that did leave a bad taste in their mouth. So they will tend to lead a bit more Democratic as opposed to hardcore Republican. Some of the Latinos that are coming in from, let's say, from some other areas, might be a little bit more hardcore and stick with the old traditionalists. But you do have Latinos who have a slightly different attitude than those you'll see, let's say, in Florida or from the Cubans or from the Venezuelans. So there's a difference. So that's why there is a shot there. You also have a lot of Republicans going against Trump there. Cindy McCain and the McCain people and all that, who was a popular senator.
Oh, yeah.
So you have people, pushing, who are inside of the Republican Party pushing against the Trump ticket. So you're looking at that as well. So that's what puts it in play, and we'll have to see how that shapes up as the night goes. But like I said, I'm not going to say a whole lot else there, except there's a possibility there. Georgia, similar. These all states are up right now. Up for grabs, and it's almost anyone's call. But if anybody thinks that the current incumbent president is a dead man as of yet, that is not the case so far. So we'll have to see how this shapes up.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, we're not even 10 o'clock yet, so.
Yeah, it says breaking.
Go ahead, Mike.
No, I was just going to say, it says breaking news that Biden and Kamala have taken Maryland. So.
All right. Well,
okay. Right. We know these are the classics. The key that we have to look at right now are the battleground states, and we know it's Florida, Pennsylvania, Ohio. Those are the real big ones right now. Certainly, the key battleground we're looking at now is Michigan as well. And the firewall, I'm going to say, for the Democrats is going to be Michigan and Wisconsin, which are going to have to play big in that in that hand or on that arcana right now. And if the president can come in there and crack in there a little bit, that could really be a serious problem. So we have to see. Now, let's talk about Pennsylvania here for a quick second. Some key areas, Pennsylvania, as we see the big population centers are once again are Philadelphia, they're Pittsburgh, And also we were going to look at the Scranton Wilkes-Barre area. And what we've seen so far on early voting is that that the former vice president has got a fairly significant lead with respect to votes. So they have a good 2 or 3 million votes almost in there like that, almost in right now before. And it looks like 2/3 of that, from what they can see, are Democratic votes for the vice president. What that means is that he's probably got about 1 million or 1.5 million vote advantage right now already in the bank. Trump is going to have to come in and run far ahead in these rural areas and so forth, where it's going to be difficult for him to make up those numbers. So to run out in these other areas of Lancaster County and so forth, and the surrounding areas out maybe towards the Midwest, where they're mostly farmland and so forth, they don't have those key concentration of numbers. So it's Trump country, but it's a numbers game right now. And the president has a lot in the bank here so far. Also, he's running in an advantage right now in the Pittsburgh area as well. But still, and they've got a very heavy union backing. And I was listening to the governor, Ed Rendell, who broke it down kind of nicely, who was the former governor of Pennsylvania, who broke it down pretty nice. So I do think, and this is kind of how what he was saying. So I kind of believe right now that Biden is going to have a fairly decent advantage in bank numbers. I don't know if the Trump people can come in and pull out the numbers from the rural areas to overcome what Biden has in the bank so far. It's a possibility, but it might be kind of difficult for him to do that. So they're going to have to come in 1.5 million votes over, and then take a lead. And I think that gap might be too big to win. It's going to be difficult to say that. Not to say that the president cannot win Pennsylvania, but that's what it's kind of looking like right now from the numbers perspective. Heavy returns, early returns out of Philadelphia, out of Pittsburgh, and out of the Wilkesboro, Scranton area, where actually Biden was today. Now, the Pittsburgh Gazette did come out against Biden yesterday. Now, this is all the voting, all that other stuff was in, saying that he was against the the fracking, of which they've covered and tried to cover up. Now, in that fracking area, as we go further down and near the Pittsburgh area, fracking, that's about 26,000 jobs that they have there. That they say could potentially be at risk. Not a huge population of people, but even though the newspapers don't have that massive effect like they used to, still the Gazette in Pittsburgh did go against Biden. For the first time, they went against a Democratic candidate since 1972. So I don't like the way that sounds. How that will play out is another question. So we'll have to see whether that will possibly stir the pot and bring more people out. But there has been, good, amount of people coming to the polls, certainly in the heavy population centers, a lot of Black people coming in. But the key to watch is this. If this is a trend around the country, if Black people are starting to move away from the Democratic ticket more so, that could be a key problem and the issue with Biden, which could potentially sink him. So we got to look out and see how that plays out as well. Anyway, go ahead, guys.
Go ahead, Mike.
Go ahead, Mike.
No, I was just going to say, we won't know too much until about 10 o'clock. So all we can do right now is just be patient. The West Coast hasn't really closed their polls as of yet.
Oh, no way, man.
I know that Pennsylvania said that they would actually call it by 8 o'clock. West Coast time or something like that. So
Yeah, that's 11 o'clock. So
yeah.
yeah, it's just that right now it's just a waiting game. You know, you have to understand that all politics are local, and if anybody have any reason to show up, it should be us, 100% of the time. And once you start showing up in high numbers, they're going to have to give you something to keep you there. Because I give it another 2 election cycles before they actually get that. But as you've seen, most of the conservative people cannot be trusted and they cannot be worked with because they don't want to discuss policy. They don't want to ask their side for anything. And for the most part, they're happy with just not having any type of voice over there, but they are happy to troll the other side. And it's kind of like, you can't really work with somebody like that. You know, you got to be able to have a coalition. No matter where you are at within this political divide, you're still going to need a coalition to do stuff. And it's very hard to coalition with people who just hell bent on the AM radio talking point game stuff and deliberately not knowing or not even caring about the history of anything to cover for the fact that they don't want to ask for anything.
Does anyone know what the lines were looking like in New York?
Yeah, I was there. I got in. I voted this morning up in my area, in my district, and we had some decent lines. This morning. Then they started to fade out. People going to work, and right now it looks like we're getting some pretty good incoming right now. But New York is definitely going to go for Biden, so I don't think that's going to be a huge issue.
No problem. Yeah, no.
That's going to be a huge issue. This race that we're talking about right now is coming down to Florida, of which I'm definitely going to call right now for Trump. It's going to come down to North Carolina if that can be put in play. It's going to come down to Pennsylvania. It's going to come down to Ohio, and it's going to come down to Michigan, and it's going to come down to Wisconsin. Right now, Biden is running pretty strong right now in the city areas or the concentration centers in Cleveland and Cincinnati and so forth right now in Ohio. So he's running pretty good there. As of right now, with 85% of the early returns that came in from the mail-ins and so forth, that's looking so far so decent. But some of the more rural counties that are going outside now, mind you, a big city in let's say a place like Ohio, where let's say Cincinnati may have 500,000 people. So so that's their biggest town, of 400,000 or so in Cincinnati. And then you have Columbus, which is a little bit less than that. And then the rural counties can actually play a role. So in the key Democratic areas, you're going to have a big turnout. Once again, it's going to be playing very heavily on the black vote and how black people come out. Some black people may siphon off, depending on how some come through. Seems like the vote's been coming in okay, but that's another big question, a nail biter. So if the black community comes out strong in that area, in Ohio, you're going to see, I would say, more of a victory for Biden if they come out on his side. If they come out fractured, and you've got a percentage that are really rolling with Biden, but you have another percentage, 25 or 30%, maybe rolling with Trump, it's going to be a difficult situation. So Ohio could easily go back to the president. That tends to be a very strong bellwether state, depending on who's going to be the next president. Florida tends to play that role, but Ohio certainly does. Now, in order for Biden to get to 270, he can win without those two states, but he's going to have to play and win Pennsylvania. So that's going to be very key, and hold in the very key, what we call firewall states for the Democrats. And as I've mentioned that before, that's certainly going to be Michigan, and that certainly is going to be Wisconsin. Certainly Iowa, we see, is pretty much going to go for the president. But those two states, he tends to be up. Its numbers are high there. They're up pretty high. So I don't know if Trump is going to be able to really break into that firewall. But Pennsylvania is going to be a key state, and he's going to have to perform well there, and he's got to perform well in the cities, and he's got to perform well as the walk-in vote comes in as well. He's going to have to perform well there, because the rural areas are not going to be able to overcome in numbers the more concentrated city areas. They're not going to be able to overcome them in numbers. It's just a numbers thing. So let's just see how that works out in Pennsylvania as of right now. But I still think it'll be close. But I think Biden has a very good chance at taking it. But we definitely will have to see. Ohio right now is still too close to call, and we are certainly dealing in the same situation with North Carolina, so which has tended to go Republican in the last few elections, even with Romney. Romney took it as well in 2012, and it went certainly to Trump in 2016. So North Carolina has been, trending more Republican. Even though you have a Democratic governor there, states pretty much, kind of run a lot by the Democrats right now. Still, there's a strong Republican support, but you do have some very key areas. Let's see how Charlotte comes through. Charlotte's going to be very key. Raleigh-Durham in that area, very key. You've got some very key areas in North Carolina that are going to have to really hold to win for Biden or Trump. Or Trump can possibly take that as well. So this is going to be a tight one, guys. I don't know what else to say. They banked a lot of votes, but Trump may, depending on how people are turning out, coming in to the voting booths today, is going to determine whether or not who's going to be the winner there or not. That's going to be the determinant. Who walked in and pulled the levers today? That's going to be the key. All right, go ahead, guys.
All right, let me play this clip from Jimmy Dore with Greg Palast. I think it's a pretty good clip that we should pay attention to.
That's my looking at him all day.
Counting votes. Greg Palast, who did this. ACLU, Georgia releases the Palast Fund, Georgia voter purge errors report. The state likely removed nearly 200,000 citizens from the voter rolls. So let's bring on the man who wrote that article, did that work. Also his book, How Trump Stole the 2020 Election. It's legendary investigative reporter with The Guardian, the BBC, and Rolling Stone. His best-selling book, The Best Democracy Money Can Buy. We've talked about on this show. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. It's Greg Palast. Hi, Greg. How are you?
Hey, Jimmy.
Thanks so much for coming on. Now, let's talk about this. Let's talk about the voter purge in Georgia. You want to tell people about that?
Yeah, and actually, you don't want to read that technical report. It's highly statistical, but what I do want you to watch is the movie. Okay, there's a 1-minute film called The Purged. Just go to Leonardo DiCaprio's Instagram site and write in Purged, and you'll get 2 films, a 1-minute and a 14-minute one that he put out on what did we mean by the purge? It's no, it's not an enema. It's what they do to the voter rolls. Every 2 years, you have mostly GOP secretaries of state who are slashing people off the voter rolls. And by the way, their film, we go from Georgia, where they removed 200,000 voters illegally. The woman on the cover, by the way, that you're seeing behind you, Jimmy, or those who can see through you, is her name's Christine Jordan. I was at the polling station in Atlanta. She was voting there for her 50th year. This is going to be her 50th year. She's 92. And they said, get the hell out. You're not registered here anymore. She was purged. That is, she had her registration canceled, like 1/3 of a million Georgians, which, by the way, is a blue state. is if you put the people back on the voter rolls, it's a blue state. Now, why did they remove her? 92? Well, she's been voting the same station since 1968, the year her cousin, Martin Luther King, was murdered. They said she'd moved out of her house, like all these 200,000 people wrongly removed. Well, I went to the house that they said that she moved out of, and there was King's pictures on the wall having dinner there 50 years earlier. She hadn't moved. But her crime was, of course, you can see, voting while black. And what we found is that these lists, purge lists, are almost entirely African-American, Asian-American, Hispanic, and young voters. And we found we actually hired the nation's experts on addresses, including, by the way, I hired the post office, which you can do. I hired the post office and Amazon, eBay, Google experts, believe it or not, because they knew where you were last Thursday at 2 p.m., Jimmy. They know if you ordered Asian food and Asian porn last Thursday. We have all this information, and we proved these people were wrongly removed. This is a Jim Crow operation, except instead of white sheets, they use spreadsheets. Then we went to Wisconsin, found the same thing. They try to remove a woman, Saquonna Taylor, from the voter rolls. They said she left Milwaukee. I said to Saquonna Taylor, I said, you can't, you'll see her in the film. You can't vote in Milwaukee if you don't live in Milwaukee. It's a crime. She says, I didn't leave Milwaukee. She says, how do I know that? She says, look at the building behind me. See, my name's on it. I'm Milwaukee County Supervisor. But again, she was attempting to vote while black. This is what's going on. This could flip Michigan. This could flip Wisconsin. Over 100,000 illegally removed that they're going to remove in Wisconsin. By the way, our report stopped them. But in Michigan, even though Democrats are in charge, they refuse to return 1/3 people to the polls. The Republican Secretary of State had wiped out, just an absolute wipeout of black voters in Detroit off the voter rolls. Democrats took over, and by the way, and they just said, isn't that a shame?
So why do you think?
So, don't expect the Democrats to save you on this one.
No, of course not, obviously. So why do you think the Democrats are allowing this to happen?
Well, I mean, I have had battles with the secretary. First of all, I had battles with the Republican Secretary of State. I exposed him for these illegal purges. It's true. The Democrats didn't remove black people from the rolls. They just wouldn't put back the people that were illegally removed. Why? I don't know. You're asking me to crawl into the mind of a Democrat, but this is a small, tight space. But it seems to be a fear of a black party. And the reason I was successful in Wisconsin is that the Lieutenant Governor, Mandela Barnes, is a activist African American. He brought me in. That made the difference. You have two Democratic parties. You have, the Freedom Democrats. If you remember in '64, black Democrats have one party. Dixiecrats have the other party, except the Dixiecrats are now also like Michigan, New York, New Jersey, etc.
So tell us about the 12th Amendment and how it might be this deciding factor in tomorrow's election.
I don't want to scare you, Jimmy, but if you insist, okay. If no one gets 270 electoral votes, it goes to the House of Representatives. And no, Nancy Pelosi doesn't pick the president out of her sorting hat. It's one state, one vote. Republicans have 26 states, Democrats 23. Trump is re-elected constitutionally. That's if no one gets 270 votes. By the way, how does that happen? The answer is real simple. By the way, I know we don't vote even for electors. We think, we don't vote for the president. We have to vote for whatever these electors are. No. The Constitution doesn't let you vote for electors. Only legislatures vote for electors. Your vote is literally a suggestion. And so in Florida in 2000, people forget this. It's really easy to forget. The legislature stopped the vote count. Catherine Harris, who was the Republican Secretary of State, Cruella DeVille, she was also head of the, if you remember, she was head of the Bush election campaign while she's running the campaign. Yes. Okay, so she stopped so first of all, it started out with violence. A guy named Roger Stone, I don't know whatever happened to him. He's, but anyway, 20 years ago, a guy named Roger Stone organized what was called the Brooks Brothers Riot, where all these consultants and lawyers went into the Miami-Dade elections board and started going berserk, pounding glass, and they're going to bust the place up. So the people counting the votes were scared, so they stopped the count. Understand, Miami-Dade is overwhelmingly Democratic in presidential elections. And they also stopped the vote in Jacksonville, which is a black city. So when they stopped the vote, George Bush was ahead officially by 537 votes. That was it. And he became president. People say he won by 537 votes. No, he didn't win. Jimmy, there were 178,000 votes that were yet to be counted over almost entirely in Democratic area. 178,000 votes in Florida. So that went to the Supreme Court. They said, look, the legislatures can stop the count. That's it. And I'm looking for that now, except this time Roger Stone is back. He is officially the advisor and a member of the Proud Boys. And I'm afraid they're going to go into these voting stations, these counting stations, and they're not going to be wearing Brooks Brothers suits. And I expect mayhem, violence, intimidation, and when.
So let me stop this right here. So you had, you can't make this up. Roger Stone, Amy Coney Barrett, they were around.
Yes, they were.
This, Bush v. Gore.
Yes, they were. Weren't
Yeah.
they?
They,
so when
they,
you had
they were
all
right.
these black conservatives talking about how good of a like, what are you talking about? These people have history.
Yeah. And then they sat there, and then they literally had the Supreme Court determine who the president was. And the conservatives played a key role in shutting you down, and they purged you off the voting rolls, and they targeted black people. That's why when I say, when you talk about black conservatism and you look at white conservatism, you're looking at two separate entities. And that's the issue that we consistently talk about with these guys, and they don't want to accept it. They're not real conservatives, as we know anyway. But the bottom line is, when you shoot the history to them and show them exactly what's going on, these people are not in your corner. They never have been, and they basically never will be, really. So
and they wonder why Maxine Waters said they have to be dealt with. They do have to be dealt with. You will tell us what you're doing over there. You will tell us what you're actually doing, other than doing AM radio talking points and being a token conservative, where you don't have to tell us what you're doing, but you want to stand around and just poke holes into the process, like saboteurs. Like, come on.
And we in Massachusetts and Boston, we're finding ballot boxes burned. Sabotage.
Yeah. So the voter suppression is in full effect. Stacey Abrams, and she formed an organization. I'm forgetting the organization's name right now, that she worked with over the last 2 years to literally re-register black people, get them on the voting rolls, and put them out there and make sure that they vote. And that's the big piece in Georgia, to try to get folks really out to vote, but re-register people, where they purged 1.5 million of you there in 2017 and 2000 up to 2018. So now, she's looking, she's done a great job in actually re-registering people and getting them back on the rolls, and trying to use it to devastating effect in this election against Trump. And they're still trying to disenfranchise a lot of people there, but they've got a much closer eye on it. And I watched this Greg Palast video yesterday, and he had one right even before that, where you had this older black woman who's been voting in this area since 1968, and her name just disappeared. Just gone, disappeared.
178,000 votes not counted.
Not counted.
And you're talking about people who won by 44,000 votes. You're talking about Trump winning by 44,000 votes, and that's 44,000. And then that was the amount of votes that were purged, and more than double that amount, almost triple that amount. So that's what we're really talking about, as far as just how devastating the voter suppression really is, and how that has an effect on races. So these guys don't want to face you face to face, hand to hand, really, person to person. They want to eliminate you before you get there. And you have some black people say, well, that's just a part of the war of the game. That's okay, and you're looking at illegal purgings of one man, one vote, and you're being disenfranchised illegally, and it's being done by the state. So that's why it's always good to get this information out there. And Greg Palast is one of my heroes in this, and his channel only has about 13.5 thousand subscribers.
Not many.
No, that's YouTube purging. But let me finish playing this. Playing this clip. Fair use.
When Roger Stone or Agent Orange, your president, tweets out that in the Jacksonville, Maine post office, there's 100,000 ballots from Venezuela, how quickly will that post office be burnt down? So I'm looking for rage, fire, riots, mayhem, breaking up the burning down post office and election stations, etc. That's the dark nightmare. If that happens, you're going to have Republican legislatures saying either we give our votes to Trump or we simply, there's too many fraudulent ballots. We can't complete the count. There's mayhem in the streets. There's insurrection. The National Guard is out. And so we're going to stop the vote count, or we're not going to certify any elector slate. I can imagine the Republican legislature of Michigan doing this, of Wisconsin, of Pennsylvania, Florida, North Carolina. If they do, it's Trump.
So all they have to do is stop the vote, and they can stop the vote count according to the Supreme Court ruling from 2000, right?
Yep.
So all they have to do is,
in fact, they have to. Just so you know, remember, in most races, you count the ballots, and the winner is supposed to, the one with the most votes wins. Not for president.
Right.
You have to certify the vote for a slate of electors. That can only be done by the legislature. That's it under the Constitution. Article 2 of the Constitution, which I know you were just reading recently, Jimmy, but yes. Article 2 says it's the legislature. And they have to certify by a certain date so that the slate of electors votes can be taken by horseback to Washington, D.C. in time. Remember, we're talking the 1800s here, right? So the vote has to stop. Each state is different. Like Florida, they have to certify, I think, by November 11. If they don't count all those millions of mail-in ballots by the 11th, they'll say no winner. So it's zero. So if Biden's ahead, they'll just say no winner. Or if Trump's ahead, they'll say, okay, we stop here. Now, Trump is already getting ready to go into court to the mail-in ballots after a day or two. Wow. They're setting this up. Will this happen? It can, if it's an overwhelming, crushing defeat, but if it's even in question, you're going to see Miami in flames, Milwaukee in flames, Detroit in flames. It could happen, believe me.
So, Greg, stealing elections is nothing new in the United States. Can you take us back to California Democratic primary in 2016? How many uncounted mail-in, provisional, and spoiled ballots were there?
Aha. Well, let me tell you. And by the way, in How Trump Stole 2020, I don't let the Dems off the hook. I have a chapter called California Riemann. I investigated the primary this March for The Guardian, and ran a story and filmed there. But and in California Riemann, I calculate, because I used to be a statistician, I calculate that Bernie Sanders was shafted out of, ready, 553,000 votes in California. 553,000 votes. I hate to say it. I've gone after Brian Kemp, Catherine Harris, Ken Blackwell. I've sued these guys. I've investigated them. There is no state in America in which more votes are stolen than California. Alex Padilla, your Secretary of State, he is America's Purgeon General champ. And so sorry, Dems.
And so those Bernie Sanders votes were stolen. You're saying this
March, yeah. So what happened is they have a gimmick in California. To vote, it's the craziest freaking system. Independents can vote in the Democratic primary in California. They're called no party preference voters.
Right.
But here's the deal. 80% of the so-called independents told a California poll, we want to vote in the Democratic primary. But they don't know that you have to make a special request either at the polling station or in advance for a special ballot called a crossover ballot. And by the way, in most counties, if you go in and say, listen, I'm an independent voter, but I want to vote in the Democratic primary, they'll say you can't. They say, well, can't I have a Democratic ballot? No, you have to know the magic word. I kid you not. You have to know the word crossover. You want a Democratic Party crossover ballot. If you don't say the magic words, you don't get them. 3 million independent voters were sent ballots without Bernie Sanders' name on them. 3 million ballots without.
This is insane. This
Yeah.
is insane. Why have such a complicated system for a state like that? It doesn't make any sense. See, my IT hat goes on right now, right? Everybody within every state should have either a driver's license or a state ID that has an RFID chip in it. Okay, what that I have is all your voter registration and everything on it, and you should have a biometric thumbprint so that you can vote anywhere and you don't have to worry about, having to register this and this and that. All that doesn't make any sense. Okay, I should be able to log into a website, register to vote.ca or whatever it is for California or whatever state you're in, update my voter registration, go to whatever voting booth I am, no matter where I am within the state,
or the country.
Yeah, and cast my ballot. I mean, they make passport cards now, not just passport, wallets, right? So you can have a passport card that's used for land travel between Canada and between Mexico, and you can use it on ships, and so you can create a card that has an RFID chip in it that holds your digital information, so that you can go vote anywhere, at any given time within the lower 48 states. What's so difficult about this? All this crossover stuff, all this stuff is just meant to confuse voters, and suppress them. You're talking 3 million votes? That's a lot of votes, man.
Shit's crazy, man.
Yeah. Let me finish playing this. Fair use.
Sanders' name, done by Alex Padilla. Well, you could always mail it back, sign a special certificate and affidavit asking for a different crossover ballot, blah, blah. So what happens is 500,000 people lose their vote because they think that they can't get a new ballot. They don't know what to do with this ballot. And, even those who think that they know something, I was going to vote and a woman came in to the polling station ahead of me. And she knew that in order to get the special Democratic ballot for the primary, she had to hand in that wrong ballot without Bernie's name on it. So she says, here's my ballot. I surrender the ballot. I want the crossover ballot, Democratic Party ballot. She was so proud of herself. They said, well, where's the envelope? They wouldn't let her vote. They said, no, you don't have the envelope.
Wow.
God bless America.
So these are Democrats doing this in California. They did it in 2016. They did it again. And we're worried about Russia in this country. The progressive fucked up bullshit media, even on YouTube, is concerned about Russia. They're not concerned about shit like this. How many progressive news outlets have had you in to talk about this, Greg?
I was trying to get MSDNC to put me on, but it hasn't happened yet. So we are, progressive, I'm not on National Petroleum Radio, that's for sure. And to be honest, I was actually brought in by the Washington Post, of all things, but you didn't see that story, did you? Because they said, your material is too partisan. I said, well, you know how much I love Democrats. What they were upset about is that I determined that the massive purge of voters affected almost entirely voters of color. And so, of course, they're mostly Democrats. Well, I can't stop the fact that Jim Crow knocks out mostly Democrats. When you take away black voters' rights, guess which party is in trouble when that happens? And that's how they stole 2016, mass purge of black voters. But the Washington Post didn't want to cover that. It's like, we can't talk about these things.
Now you've said, Greg, you've said it's easy to hold honest elections. Can you talk about this foreign concept?
Yeah, I'm married to my wife is Swiss and British. She gets to vote in both elections, and there's no issues. You go in and you vote. You go in and you vote, and they don't ask for you don't register to vote. They don't in Switzerland. They don't ask for your ID. They don't assume you're a fraudulent voter. And by the way, they have a much bigger foreign population by percentage than we do in America. And they're not worried that someone's going to like fly over from Albania just to vote in their election. It's a con job. We use this fear of fraud, vote fraud, to commit fraud. And that's the game. So look, if a nation wants to count the ballots, they can. It's done all over the world. There's no mystery on how you let people vote and you count the ballots. What an extraordinary concept. You know, only in America. I mean, this is amazing. We're even having discussion with 120,000 people in Texas who've already cast their vote, but they were allowed to cast their vote in their car, handed the little voting machine in their car. And now the Republicans are trying to get all those votes thrown out in Houston. 120,000 voters. In other nations, anyone even suggesting it,
You get a bullet in your head.
People would be horrified. What do you mean?
Oh yeah.
You get a bullet in your head. You go around playing with somebody else's elections. What kind of country is this, man? Where this is allowed, and then people will blame foreign interference. Well, we got to do something about those communists, those Russians. We got to do something about those Iranians and those North Koreans. This is happening right here in America.
You don't count votes. We're talking about.
Go ahead, Nagone.
No. That's exactly right, Mike. That's happening here, and I'm very glad that you and I really we don't talk on the phone that much these days. But I would have definitely wanted you to have brought up Greg Palast, because this guy really has, investigative reporter, has brought on successful lawsuits and really understands this game quite well. And I think it's good to have this kind of information out here so people can see this and see exactly how they put the fix in and how the fucking works. And Greg Powell is perfect at this. Anyway, good show, Mike. Anyway, go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Jimmy, 22% of mail-in ballots get thrown out in America. 22%, 1 in 5. When I say thrown out, about 1 in 10 people ask for mail-in ballots don't even get them. So that's not California. Yeah.
So Greg, why is the United States unique in this, that we have such a corrupted, transparently corrupted voting process? I mean, we have this goofy system with an electoral college to begin with, but why do Americans put up with this and they wouldn't in other countries?
Okay, it's the legacy of slavery. The electoral college is a legacy of slavery. It was to even up, allow the electors to give more electors to the southern slave states, or they wouldn't join the Union. And then now, once we have it, there is no right to vote in the United States Constitution, none. And I just told you, even the picking of the president is left under Article 2 to the legislatures of each state. Every state sets its own voting rules, and we have partisan hack scum monsters like in Georgia, in Michigan, in Ohio. Political hacks of the worst order who get to set the rules for voting. Maybe in Red China, maybe in Russia, the political parties run the election. But in Georgia, California, and every state of America, just about, there's a few nonpartisan states, but like Oregon. But basically, we have partisan hacks running the election. So they make the rules that pick their candidates. It's pretty damn simple, Jimmy.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing, right? If we had an opposition party in this country, maybe we could get something done, but we don't have one. Listen, Greg, my last question. I know you got to run. I appreciate your time. And I want to remind everybody, here's Greg's great book, How Trump Stole the 2020, with comics by Ted Rawl in there. So that's fantastic. But now I also like to wear a fedora. Who's your inspiration for your fedora? Mine is Liza Minnelli.
Oh, yours is, well, no, mine is Jimmy Dore. If you go to gregpalast.com, by the way, you can download the comic book from a full color comic book from Inside How Trump Stole 2020. You can also get the audio book and the ebook, all free this week in honor of the last moments of democracy in America. See you, Jimmy, and see you at gregpalast.com.
Greg, thank you so much. Thanks for stopping by. You're always welcome here at the Jimmy Dore Show. See you again soon.
So this is what we're doing with here, okay? People coming in, not counting votes, major critical votes. Had Gore won in Florida, we may have had a completely different society right now.
Completely different.
Not saying he's better, just saying you would have a
No.
completely different society.
No 9/11, no Iraq War,
No expansion of
$5 trillion dollars saved. We could have invested that money in actual people. Like, dude, it could have been a completely different society.
Right. Right. And you know, people who claim to be conservative, black male conservatives, don't talk about that. They just talk about this guy in the House, right? Who's in the House right now. And so that conservatism only goes as far as a tangerine tyrant can be thrown. And so this information is very critical to having the political discourse in this space. You cannot have political discourse unless you're talking about voter purging, voter suppression, and voter intimidation. You know, Biden's bus. Yeah, Biden's bus, tour bus, campaign bus being surrounded by hooligans and terrorists.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you had an abject shine in this space and tried to make it look like it wasn't that bad.
It was crazy. Mike, I sent you a video. Did you see that video of that black female or black Latina female being surrounded by those very aggressive Trump supporters? Did you see that?
I have not. I have not.
Hey, well, let me send it to you, Mike. Let me forward it to you.
All right.
It's something excellent to actually play.
Yeah.
These people are talking about or thinking about going over there just to have as a holding place that you need to know what the hell is going on by these damn people.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Let me play this clip as well. Fair use. All right.
The U.S. state of Georgia has a long history of voter suppression. Before the Voting Rights Act passed in 1965, many blacks were harassed and denied the opportunity to have their voices heard at the polls. And just as recently as 2019, the state had troubling statutes like the exact match law, which predominantly affected African Americans trying to register to vote. Although that law was finally abandoned, black voters in the state face other troubles. So I'm traveling to Atlanta to speak with black Americans to find out what difficulties they're still facing and to try to understand why voting is still so difficult for many in the black community.
Yes, voter suppression is a serious issue. And right here in Fulton County, Georgia, during the process of early voting, individuals had to stand in line for over 8 hours just for the right to vote. Say, for instance, in Alpharetta, individuals only had to stand in line for 14 minutes as opposed to in areas where the minority community rates are high, they had to stand in line for over 8 hours. And we just don't believe that is fair or equitable.
The voter suppression has been going on for a long time, as you're aware. So there's nothing new to us. We just have to find a way to continue to educate our seniors and our young people that how important it is and how vital it is that we exercise our civil right to vote.
I know they always ask for identification before you vote, but some people don't have that paper picture ID, but they may have like a birth certificate or a social security card, and they was feeling like they should still be allowed to vote even if they don't have the picture ID.
The change that'll be invoked this year, over half of the people that are voting voted early, got it out of the way early. So even when it's time to actual vote, it won't be nearly as congested as it would normally be.
I guess I was benefited because I waited a while, and most of the earlier population had kind of already went through. But I voted maybe a week or so before the early voting ended, and a very swift process. I got it in and out, maybe 10 minutes.
Still going on. 2020 still going on.
Yeah. But when you got people who say that they're not a Republican, but they're going out there completely one side, or other individuals trying to talk about how many gay people are running for elections, while you got this kind of stuff going on right here. It's like, dude, it don't make any sense. Like, dude, democracy don't work. And it's pretty much a one-sided issue, as it always have been. A one-sided issue of not wanting your ass to participate. It's crazy, man.
Yeah. Yeah. This is still, I mean, like I said, from an IT perspective, this can be solved easily. You can
Very
use
easy.
someone's biometric thumbprint, index fingerprint, and 4-digit, 8-digit code, what their social security number is. They enter the last 4 digits of their social security, last 4 digits of their zip code, or their zip code entirely, or the last 4 digits of their phone number in their biometric thumbprint, and that should give them an easy match. Okay, it doesn't require all of this antiquated ideas that really just came out of slavery, like the brother said earlier.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. We talked about here in New York State, they didn't do it, but you could just have a voter ID card. Very simple. People say, "Well, we don't need any more cards. Oh, we don't need more like driver's license cards and all that." But if they're going to play this type of game, may as well go have a voter ID card, have it right there, bang, zoom, you can go in.
No, it's very simple. It's very simple. If someone is handed a placebo ballot, everybody in that polling station gets a felony, as well as the Secretary of State.
Yeah, I mean,
How you fix it.
Yeah, but no one's going to agree to that. I'm with you, but boy, you're not going to get anyone to agree to that. But I think it would be much better if we can make this very easy. They could, but they don't want to, because the name of the game is to purge rolls, make it difficult, and knock people from voting. When you can sit here and all of a sudden have somebody vote in one area, in one district for 60 years, and then when they walk in and your stuff is gone, that's the game that these guys that's the game that they want to play. They want to disenfranchise you, eliminate you from being able to vote. That's what they want.
Mm-hmm. One last clip I'm going to play so that people get an idea of where our tax dollars are going, so that we can understand who spends what, in this country, politically speaking. Fair use.
Top grossing defense firm in the world, and the U.S. government supports that business to the tune of over $37.7 billion.
No, just wanted to point this out. The U.S. government supports this. Lockheed Martin.
Yeah.
Its closest competitors, Boeing and Raytheon, by nearly $20 billion in arms sales. These funds are granted by Congress to provide equipment that enables the U.S. military to protect the country at home and abroad. So why is Lockheed the defense darling of the U.S. government, and how did it beat out its competitors? One of the top priorities of all administrations is the protection and safety of the American people. To ensure that, politicians work with defense contractors to provide equipment to the military. This partnership provides a unique opportunity for private corporations to execute the will of the government and requires a delicate balance.
President Eisenhower, in his farewell address, coined the term military-industrial complex. And what he was talking about was the close connection and collaboration between arms contractors and the uniformed military.
In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
The political incentives of the U.S. Congress and the Department of Defense tended to work together in a way that created enormous incentives to increase military spending.
For example, when there's a major weapons program, like say the F-35, which is the current Air Force combat aircraft that's being purchased, as members of Congress who might have questions about this plane, is it performing well? Are we getting a good deal for our money and so forth, are reluctant to vote against it because it means going up against potential jobs in their states.
The Congress people in whose district those companies are located, and the Defense Department that then gets to use the equipment that is purchased in this way. And Eisenhower believed that that complex of the military, the industry, and the government, the Congress in particular, created a tendency for the United States to overspend on national security.
For most of the defense industry, their biggest source of business is the Department of Defense. So they kind of live and die with the defense budget. As it increases, their revenue increases. As it decreases, their revenue decreases.
Waging an actual war is a very expensive project. The 9/11 attacks in 2001 were a shock to the American psyche, led to a substantial ramping up of U.S. military spending in the years after 2001, partly because of the immediate issue of terrorism, and partly because of the closely related but second-order problems of the wars that the counterterrorist program led to in Afghanistan and Iraq. The price tag gets huge. And so American defense spending has grown, radically since 2001 and remains very high.
And now I just wanted to point this out. When Clinton left office, they left with a surplus. When Bush took over, he took that surplus and divvied it up for the industrial complexes in the one percenters. Okay, this is what happens with your money in this country. Fair use.
Lockheed Martin is the top contracted company by the U.S. government. In 2018 alone, the company sold $37.7 billion worth of contracts to the U.S. government, making up 70% of their net sales. The other 28% came from foreign military sales, and 2% came from commercial and other customers. Lockheed's total revenue in 2018 was about $53 billion. By contrast, Lockheed's next biggest competitor, Boeing, was awarded about $23 billion from government contracts the same year. So even though Boeing is a much larger company with $101 billion in total revenue in 2018, only a small portion of its business relies on defense contracts.
Boeing would be a prominent example where they do get a lot of revenue from the commercial business. Boeing, in fact, gets about 2/3 of its revenue from commercial aviation, about 1/3 from its defense business.
Boeing mostly makes planes for commercial airlines, but it also has a robust business making military aircraft and other weapons. The next largest competitor is Raytheon. Raytheon is a prominent defense firm that offers services in everything from cybersecurity to missile defense. 68% of Raytheon's net sales came from the U.S. government in 2018, which means about $18.4 billion. They list their principal U.S. government customer as the U.S. Department of Defense, as does Lockheed Martin. However, before Lockheed Martin got this very crucial customer, it struggled to define its identity. Glenn L. Martin opened his aviation company on August 16, 1912. The company went on to become one of the earliest suppliers of the U.S. military, making aircraft for both the Army and the Navy.
They went on from success to success during the 20s and the 30s, pioneering all sorts of new aircraft, but particularly military airplanes.
In 1961, the second Glenn L. Martin Company merged with the American Marietta Corporation. It was renamed the Martin Marietta Corporation. The same year Glenn Martin launched his aviation business, the Lockheed brothers launched their aviation business, the Alco Hydro Aeroplane Company, which was later named Lockheed Aircraft Company. Lockheed, L-O-U-G-H-E-A-D, is pronounced like Lockheed. People had a hard time pronouncing it. That led to the brothers legally changing the spelling of their surname to Lockheed. Malcolm went on to start a successful car hydraulic brake company, and Allen resigned after the company was bought by Detroit Aircraft Corporation. But the company didn't last long and fell into receivership under the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, officially killing Lockheed Aircraft Corporation, which was a subsidiary. Its assets were sold off to Robert Gross and other investors, who went on to form a new Lockheed Aircraft Corporation of Delaware. Lockheed Aircraft Corporation changed its name in 1977 to Lockheed Corporation to demonstrate they offer other services besides aviation. Those two companies, the Martin Marietta Corporation and Lockheed Corporation, were two prominent competitors in the defense marketplace. However, that marketplace has never been completely independent of the government's actions, just as President Eisenhower had warned when he spoke of the military-industrial complex. Military procurement had declined around 52% from 1985 to 1997 in current dollar terms.
Before 2001, many people believed that national security had become a lot easier with the end of the Cold War, and that the United States could take what was referred to at the time as a peace dividend, that the much larger defensive efforts that the United States had made during the Cold War when we had to fight the Soviet Union weren't necessary anymore when the Soviet Union collapsed and the Cold War ended. And so defense budgets tended to decline.
Leadership at the Department of Defense inferred that the defense industry would have to shrink around 40% in order to save the industry from collapsing amid declining demand from the department. Officials encouraged companies to consolidate in an effort to save each other.
At the end of the Cold War, there were concerns about whether the Pentagon budget, which was going to come down about 10 to 25%, so it was projected in real terms, could that smaller budget sustain the same number of contractors? And William Perry, the Secretary of Defense in the administration, felt the answer was no.
In fact, in 1993, the government asked specifically for less competition among defense contractors.
Look to your left and look to your right. One of your companies is not going to be here in a couple of years.
And then you also had the infamous Last Supper. We think there are too many companies in this business, and we want you to merge and combine with one another and reduce costs to us, overhead costs at the corporate level.
Norm Augustine kind of engineered the whole series of mergers.
Infamously or famously, Norm Augustine, who at the time was the head of Martin Marietta, was at that dinner along with a bunch of other industry leaders. And he was one of the most aggressive executives then in taking that guidance and running with it. And he became CEO of the combined Lockheed Martin and also, consolidated and purchased a lot of other companies.
Lockheed Martin absorbed large companies like Ford Aerospace and L'Oreal Corporation.
Basically, the big winner in that consolidation after the Last Supper was Lockheed Martin. It was after that that Lockheed Aircraft and Martin Marietta merged in 1998. Lockheed Martin proposed to purchase Northrop Grumman, and the government actually told them not to do that. They canceled that transaction. They said they wouldn't approve it, and the idea was dropped. So that's kind of, if you will, the sort of the generally accepted end of the Last Supper consolidation era.
By 2000, the industry had consolidated into the marketplace we know today, with Lockheed on top.
The way the industry is structured now, the barriers to entry are huge. And unless they broke up some of the existing companies, you're only going to have a couple competitors for most things you might want to do.
Lockheed Martin now stretches into 4 business segments: aeronautics, missiles and fire control, rotary and mission systems, and space.
It's a company that has combined with other companies over time to gain its current market position as the largest defense company in the world.
In 2019, Raytheon and United Technologies announced intention to merge to have a better edge on the defense industry. To protect their profits, companies like Lockheed Martin also sell their aircraft to American allies when cleared by the State Department.
So when the defense budget in the U.S. started to fall, a lot of companies really amped up their work to sell products overseas. And so depending on the company, that's probably now like 25 to 30% of their revenue may come from international sales.
That's one way the government controls the defense marketplace. Another way is through direct negotiations with industry CEOs. In the 2017 fiscal year, the then President Barack Obama proposed a budget of $582.7 billion for the Department of Defense. The following year, in 2018, President Trump proposed a budget of $639.1 billion. For the fiscal year 2019, Trump proposed a budget of $716 billion for national security, with $686 billion for the Department of Defense. And looking to the future, Trump proposed a budget of $750 billion, with $718.3 billion going to the Department of Defense for the fiscal year 2020.
So this is what's going on. People want to say, we don't need communism, we don't need Marxism and socialism. Communism and Soviet Russia dictated the marketplace. Okay, the state dictated the marketplace. They took over the markets. What you're just seeing right here is that the United States government is in control of those same markets. But you say capitalism. The evidence begs to differ. And so people throw around these terms and don't really understand what's going on. Trump proposed way more, over $200 billion more
yes.
than Obama did.
That's right.
Way more. way more in his term. And during Obama's administration, he spent more in 4 years than Obama did in 8. Mm-hmm.
That's right.
But people will sit up here and argue and say, you know, if you vote for Biden and Harris or the left, it's just communism, it's socialism. Well, how do you explain this?
Well, you see, Mike, people do not understand what's going on. They don't have the numbers. They don't have the information. They don't have any of these facts. When I talked about crony capitalism, or you know, when you talk about crony capitalism, we're talking about how, you know, companies get your tax dollars and literally use that money to advance their business in certain areas, and then may even take off on you. A lot of people, they're not aware of that either. I mean, these people do not have information, so they go along with, you know, the standard lines that these guys throw out without being critical or scrutinize any of this. This is the biggest government welfare, biggest government makes these companies, and these are basically government companies. That's what they are. Mm-hmm. Nobody ever wants to speak on that because that's not the company line, and most people are not prepared to look past that company line. We do, and we understand that. Many others do not, but they look at you like you're crazy when you tell them. But when you show them this, what do? Hamana, and we'll even deny that. They'll even deny what they're saying.
The money that Clinton left office with, for in terms of a surplus, this is where the money went.
Straight to the military.
This is where the money went.
Remember that war after 9/11? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Remember that?
Yeah.
In Afghanistan, like, this is why I say you better have a reason for being over there. Because if your reason for being over there is the fact that you don't have to care about anybody else, then you're just a traitor. Like, dude, I have no time for people who can't explain themselves. Like other races of people don't have this black conservative type of troll nonsense going on. They don't. They got their political power and they got out of there. They didn't have people who were weighing down the ticket, so to speak, because they got their individual reasons for not trying to be a team player.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and like I said, you don't need to be with the women to get this stuff done. Like I said, getting your vote counted and making sure the police ain't on your back, or even the government, you know, who's actually is actually doing that, is something we can all work towards. Even if we are separate groups in separate places, as long as we vote all together as one group and come behind each other for just that, it shouldn't be that big of a problem. I'm not sure why it is a problem, but if people are over there and not really talking about policy, they're just wanting to participate in the culture warrior game, so that way they don't have to discuss anything of value or no, then this whole thing is moot.
You see, this is the problem, and that's why I said, I kind of troll these guys when I talk to them and they start screaming. I get them screaming and acting crazy because I don't respect. I just don't respect, not so much them as people, but I don't respect how they're coming into the game. These people are not even qualified to talk about this stuff. They shouldn't even be up here talking about this. They're not qualified to speak about it. They don't know these positions. They don't know policy. Mm-hmm. They don't know any of this stuff. Why are they even qualified to even speak on this? These guys don't know this. They don't know what the hell's going on. And we're supposed to sit here and debate with these people, and they don't know. And then you have a crowd of a chat room and so forth. They too don't know, but yet they're getting poor information because you got somebody screaming and sounding crazy because it sounds good, but they don't understand the basics of the fundamentals of what's really going on. What makes a conservative, what makes a progressive, what makes a communist. They have no idea of these things. No idea of them. No idea of them from a fundamental, basic standpoint. I had to break down to these guys what basic conservative principles were. They follow none of them. And in fact, the government doesn't follow any of it. Okay, fiscal conservatism is a joke. Doesn't exist. Okay, only exists when they want it to exist on you. Doesn't exist. They cannot be that way. Small government intervention and all this. That's ridiculous. The government's in everything. The government's in some of the biggest expansions of government we have seen under Republican administration. But nobody
Especially the
speaks on
Bush
this.
administration.
But nobody speaks on this. I mean, but they don't understand what these policies are. How can you talk to people that don't have policies? I saw a guy say, listen, I don't want to get into it really anymore because I don't like talking to people who are ignorant of basic facts. You cannot have a good conversation with them. They are not prepared to have these conversations. They shouldn't even be having them. Okay, we shouldn't even be talking to them. I hate to say it, but that's where we are. And they're not willing to be taught. They're not willing to be taught. They want to scream and try to make inane points. Inane. Conservatism is a person who takes responsibility for themselves. They call that conservative principles. Mike, go ahead, man. Hey, finish up. What do you think?
Go ahead, MOT. Finish your point.
It's just at the end of the day, man. After, starting tomorrow, that's when we're going to start building this black male movement. And you will have something that you're going to be asking for over there on the Republican side. I'm sorry. Now, this culture warrior bullshit, these attorneys and other these jailhouse lawyers who come here with this gaslighting of black man bullshit, it is tomorrow, dude. Tomorrow is where you start being smart enough to come up with shit other than the culture war to prove black man for.
Let me finish playing this clip. Fair use.
The company was well positioned in the Obama years as well, because he actually spent significant money in this decade, which includes most of the Obama 2 terms. We've spent $1 trillion more on the Pentagon than in the prior decade, which was at the peak of the Iraq and Afghan wars.
President Barack Obama appointed Lockheed CEO Marilyn Hewson to the President's Export Council in September of 2013.
Marilyn Hewson from Lockheed Martin, obviously one of our greatest innovators.
And one of those innovations is the F-35 fighter jet.
It is the most advanced fighter in the world.
It's stealth. You cannot see it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Better be correct, right?
A single F-35 cost over $80 million. And the government hasn't always been happy with the F-35's performance and price. Then President-elect Donald Trump thought the F-35's program delays and high costs were bad for business.
This one from the president-elect. Based on the tremendous cost and cost overruns of the Lockheed Martin F-35, I've asked Boeing to price out a comparable F-18 Super Hornet.
This caused Lockheed Martin shares to fall around 2% and sent Boeing shares up 0.5%. In January 2017, Trump commented on the tension of his negotiation with Lockheed Martin.
Look at what's happening with Lockheed. Number one, we're cutting the price of their planes by a lot, but they're also expanding, and that's going to be a good thing. Ultimately, they're going to...
Look at Omarosa back there. I just want to bring up this point. Yeah, I just want to bring up this point. This is why the military doesn't like him. He doesn't have any friends. He's surrounded. I mean, he talked about draining the swamp, but he's surrounded by alligators, man.
Yeah, I mean, he drained a wild swamp of water and just added a whole bunch of alligators.
Yeah.
Interesting sweet spot where the defense budget's never been bigger under any presidency. So that gives her company a lot of leeway to snatch up a lot of those contracts.
I don't see any realistic chance that there's another company that's going to exceed Lockheed Martin in the next 5 years.
Lockheed Martin will be delivering 478 F-35 aircraft to the U.S. government under their biggest deal yet, a $34 billion contract with the Pentagon. In 2019, the U.S. government also approved the sale of 32 F-35 jets to Poland for around $6.5 billion, so the company is poised to be successful among allies as well.
When you look at Lockheed's diverse portfolio and you pair that with the defense budget at a tune of $700 billion, of course, Lockheed is prime suited to pick up more government contracts and to ride even more of a successful wave.
This is where we are. This is where we are right now. And, people will pretend, this guy did great things for black men? Like what? Supporting Lockheed? Supporting Boeing? Raytheon? Putting up a wall? I mean, you got to explain this. And so, let me share the screen again, just as an update, because we are covering the election tonight. Right now, Biden is at 122 electoral votes and Trump's at 92. Okay, this is where we are right now.
All right, looks like further updates. Biden has won New York, New Jersey. Looks like he's going to win Colorado. So that's what he looks like. That's what he looks like. Biden is ahead currently right now, which is very key. Which the president needs to hold on to. But right now, Biden is holding an edge in Ohio and in Pennsylvania so far. So and a lot more vote has come in from Ohio, and it looks like Biden is holding tough, and he may surprisingly win that state. It's a possibility. So he may win Ohio. Looks like Pennsylvania seems to be kind of going his way right now, but we'll have to see. Right now, Biden, believe it or not, is ahead in Texas by a very slim margin. But it looks like the president currently is pretty comfortably ahead in Georgia. He's comfortably ahead in Florida as well. The president is comfortably ahead in Virginia, which seems to be a little bit surprised. I thought they would have been able to carry that. And so that's kind of where we are. Very early returns are coming in right now from Michigan, and only 13% of the vote is in, and the president is currently ahead by a little over, say, 57,000 or so. I forget exactly what the numbers are, but the numbers are very early in those returns. So the major cities like Detroit and so forth haven't even begun to come in yet. So that's why they're not even you don't going to make a call in Michigan as of yet. But the earliest returns with a little over 10% of the vote, we do have the president up, but that looks like that may change as we get further numbers coming in. But as of right now, this race looks really interesting. It looks really interesting right now.
Like I said, man, it ain't over until it's vote certified by the Secretary of State. And, you're going to bring in an army of lawyers. So, it's what it's going to be like. Don't matter. So, that's where we at electoral vote wise. So stay tuned.
Yeah. And there's a lot of conversation about whether or not, is Biden going to be less impactful on Black people if he gets in the office versus Trump. We've covered the Platinum Plan versus the Lift Every Voice plan. We have to take into consideration that this is a president that went to Minnesota and didn't meet with the family of the victim. Okay, went to Wisconsin, didn't meet with the family of the victim, has rejected the idea of critical race theory being taught in the federal government. That he's against that, but somehow, the left is going to be, way more dangerous for Black people, especially Black men. We're just going to be, in some kind of dangerous situation if he and her get into office versus this guy, right? And if you're a Black male conservative, you have to ask yourself, what are you bringing to the right? You're coming over there empty-handed, right? You're coming over there empty-handed, but you're saying that these people over here, we have to watch out for them, but these people over on your side, you don't have to watch out for them because somehow, some way, history doesn't repeat itself. There was no such thing as a Southern strategy according to these guys, no such thing, even though it's coming straight out of their own mouths. on record. On record. And so is there a possibility that if Biden gets in and Kamala gets in, that, you know, black men should, you know, get out of the country? I don't know. I don't think that's a really justifiable. There's no way to rationalize that this can happen, right? There's no way to rationalize and say, hey, if these people get in after November 3rd, you have to leave the country and be SYSBM. SYSBM is not political. It's a philosophy. It's not political at all. And so I think there's a lot of fear mongering going on in this space about the left versus the right, that somehow the right has your best interest. But when I ask, when was it ever a good time to be a black male conservative 6 months ago? I never received an answer. Was it the 1960s? Was it the 1950s? Was it the 40s? Was it the 30s? When was it a good time to be a black male conservative?
I mean, you know, your president couldn't even answer when was America ever great for black people. Couldn't answer it.
Yeah, I mean,
couldn't answer.
There's a question in the chat from Paul. And he asked, does the left help black men? Well, let me answer that. So the social equity program that came out for the legalization of cannabis was a program that came out of the left.
Yes.
Okay.
And especially the state of Colorado.
Colorado is, if I remember correctly, is anywhere between $6 to $8 billion in revenue for the legalization of cannabis, and so is Washington, and so is California. Should be hitting that mark by the end of the year. And so this is an industry that has been legalized that black men can actually benefit from if they actually apply to it. Okay.
And Georgia.
And in fact, if you look at the social equity programs of cannabis, of legalization of cannabis, you will see that they specifically talk about those who are impacted by the drug law, which is that of black males. And so you didn't have to go to jail in order to benefit from the program. You could have been dislocated through some form of gentrification. You may have lost your house, or you may have been evicted. You may have had to drop out of school, high school, middle school, college. You may have been stop and frisk for it. So yeah, 80% of the stop and frisk in New York, I believe, were black and Latinos, black and brown, or black men in particular. So when you ask the question about what has the left done, there's a track record that can.
Yeah, but this is what I don't like about the question.
Mm-hmm.
I hate to say this, but it's your motherfucking responsibility to know what's in both parties.
Mm-hmm.
No one is going to sit here and fucking tell you what this shit is on both sides. Mm-hmm. There's one side that has a track record and one side doesn't. Why do you think they have to go to these emotional based issues? Because they don't have a track record to which they can point to. They can't even point to a reason why they're over there.
Mm-hmm.
But somehow people have to get this grand press conference about the policy. This is why I don't even bother fucking doing it. Like today, I was on our New Stars panel with a guy who ran for office, and you're like, so why was your name policy? I'm like, dude, you just told me that they never did anything for whites. They never did anything for blacks in the conservative movement. But you was a Republican since 1985. And he knows that they haven't done shit for either of those two people. So I'm like, so why am I going to name a policy? if you are admitting that you know that those people haven't done shit for either one of those groups of people, like, why would I name a policy for you? And then I told him, because if I name a policy, you're just going to say it didn't fix everything. And guess what? I didn't even name a policy, and he just, without, on command, just like I said, well, the system still messed up. It doesn't matter what you did. It's like, this dude has nothing.
Yeah. So let me just reference this real quick. The Congressional Black Caucus second session of the 115th Congress year-end report. Okay. let me just pull this up. 1,031 number of bills and resolutions introduced. 130 number of meetings with external organizations. 75 number of press releases issued. 30 number of events hosted for members and staff, and 1 number of briefs filed. So let me go through this. Expand this out too. So not necessarily for Black men in particular, but I'll go through this.
Hey, Mike, before you go forward, for the new people who are Republicans, this is what a track record looks like. You can ask your party for the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
The new Black men in the Republican Party, ask for some shit while you're over there. Because the old ones who are currently in the party, they can't seem to ask for a track record to which we're going to actually show you.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fact.
Yeah. Criticize Republicans for the government shutdown. This is one of their crowning achievements where they challenge the opposition. Okay. Secured funding for programs that help the working poor. Today, Congress passed a $1.3 trillion spending bill that funds our government through the end of the fiscal year and provides meaningful investments across the country and around the world. I am proud of all 48 members of the Congressional Black Caucus who work hard on various congressional committees to secure funding for policies and programs that help all communities, rich and poor, Black and white, urban and rural. That's a track record there. Applauded the appointment of Senator Booker and Senator Harris to Senate Judiciary Committee. We can skip past that. Introduced resolution to censor Trump for shithole comments. Okay. Criticized Trump tweet on white South African farmers. This is actually something I didn't know about initially, but I'm glad they keep track of what they've done. Track record. Commemorated 50th anniversary of MLK assassination. Criticized Republican tax bill. On Thursday, December 22nd, 2018, President Trump signed the Republican tax bill into law. While the bill was going through Congress, the CBC was critical of it, calling it morally bankrupt. In addition, Chairman Richmond wrote a joint op-ed with then President of the U.S. Conference of Mayors, Mitch Landrieu, which argued that the bill would negatively impact cities and communities of color for generations to come. The Republican tax bill was a missed opportunity for a real bipartisan tax reform. 83% of the tax cuts in the bill will go to the wealthiest 1%, while only 17% will go to working families. 86 million working families will see a tax increase as a result of the bill. In addition, the bill paves the way for billions of dollars in cuts to Medicare and Medicaid, makes tax cuts for corporations permanent, and those for working families temporary, leaves 13 million more American families uninsured while raising healthcare costs for everyone, and fails to close tax loopholes for corporations. I thought this was the party of fiscal conservatism. I thought that Trump was a business guy. What happened though? MOT, your mic is low.
Oh, sorry about that. I'm just saying, for the new Republicans who are over there, congratulations. You got to ask for shit. That way we could be able to work together. The other people who are over there who are on this culture warrior shit, you can't work with. But if you're over there and you believe in the policies, I don't care what you believe while your ass is over there. Fine. Let's work together while you're over there. Let's leverage your position rather than leverage talking points and cultural issues.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only way we're going to be able to get this stuff done.
Mm-hmm. Criticize criticized the Trump administration decision to impose work requirements for Medicaid. On Thursday, January 11, 2018, the CBC criticized the Trump administration's decision to allow states for the first time to impose work requirements for Medicaid. Imposing work requirements on Medicaid recipients is counterproductive and most likely illegal. Medicaid recipients who are able to work are already working, and the law does not allow states to impose work requirements as a condition of receiving Medicaid coverage. The policy announced today is a sad and shameful attack on the most vulnerable amongst us. The last thing Americans who have fallen on hard times need is to lose their health care so Washington Republicans can take political victory lap at their expense. This is the party that these brothers are supporting. Make it make sense.
Yeah, but here's the other thing. If they're so pro-life, why are they trying to get rid of the health care plan and not replace it with anything?
Yeah, replace and repeal. Criticize Trump administration family separation policy. Here's a good one. When the CBC found out that the Trump administration was separating immigrant children from their asylum-seeking parents, the Caucus criticized the unjust policy and called on the Trump administration to end it. One of the CBC's most vocal critics of the policy was Congresswoman Maxine Waters.
That woman. She said that conservative men are going to have to pay, and I fucking agree with her. These shots need to be dealt with. You need to tell us exactly what you're doing over there, other than just voting with an R. You need to show us what you're going to be able to work with us with, and just stop talking about welfare and, you know, the alphabet community. Stop trying to leverage that hatred against those communities for the simple fact that you ain't got no plan while your ass is over there. I think it's crazy, but go ahead.
Let me let Joe in. Let me go down again. Urged Trump administration not to weaken Community Reinvestment Act. On Tuesday, February 27, 2018, the CBC sent a letter to Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin urging the department not to weaken Community Reinvestment Act, a law that helps historically underserved communities attract private sector investment. So you ask, what has the left done for Black people? Trump wanted to weaken the CRA. It was the CBC who pushed back against that. I don't know. I mean, this whole entire PDF is one big receipt of a track record of challenging the conservatives.
Hey, Mike. What's up, panel?
Hey, what's going on, bro?
Yeah, I was gonna add. Looks like you're. Is this in comparison to Ice Cube's plan?
No. It was a question in the chat that was asking what has the left done, and I'm
okay.
CBC. What the CBC's track record is, you know, when they talk about what the left has done, well, CBC has a track record that we can pull up. We can't pull up what the right has done.
Yeah. I was gonna add too. I don't know if we want to do it at all tonight, but there's a clip that Roland Martin has done where he actually goes through and compares the contract with Black America with what the CBC legislation actually has. It's pretty informative in my opinion. And he goes a little bit in talking about Black business. I can send you the link if we want to go through it at all.
I think we did that already.
Okay. This one was relatively new. I think he did this one 2 days ago.
Yeah, you know, sometimes, you know what Roland Martin does, he has his crew actually would rerun a lot of his content from before as premieres. It looks like he's live, but he's not really live.
Okay.
So he has a pretty good crafty way of
repackaging.
Repurposing information.
Yeah, I was going to add too. He talked a little bit about MOT. I don't know if we talked about this a little bit, but he went into bundling a little bit more. Just basically saying if you're a Black business, basically when they go in and bundle these services, it basically says, hey, if you're a prime, you can bid. And if you're not a prime, like a lot of black contractors are, it just makes it harder to get to that prime status where you can bid on larger
Correct.
contracts.
Correct.
Which I don't know if you ran into any of that.
Yeah, I run into it all the time.
Yeah, and he was just pointing out that I think he said like the I can't even remember the organization, like Black Commerce Association or something like that, basically pointed out that, hey, the Trump administration went towards bundling, and that's hurting black business, and we're very much opposed to it. And you actually have something in the Biden plan that specifically says they'll move away from bundling to give more opportunity to black contracting firms.
Yeah, because here's the thing, man. Bundling is a way of excluding smaller people. It's not a way of including smaller people. That's what it is. And the stuff just really don't need to be put together like that. I mean, there's no need for it. It's like they'll come to you and say that you got to have a minimum of 100 truck fleet before we allow you to do some very little stuff. And that pretty much cuts out all the smaller companies from bidding if you don't have 100 truck fleet.
Yeah, who has a bunch of trucks laying around doing nothing?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so they end up getting, the contracts. And it's like, they're not even doing that much work, but the way it's worded so that way it could exclude people from the actual process, even though the end process has nothing to do with what they're actually asking for. And the same thing goes for like construction and everything else. All that stuff can still be decoupled, but it's made in such a way or worded in such a way that only big companies can actually get it.
Yeah, let me finish reading this real quick. It says, CBC demands justice, called for the Austin bombings to be classified as domestic terrorism after several people were injured or killed in their Austin, Texas neighborhoods by homemade bombs. The CBC called for the federal government to classify these bombings as domestic terrorism and use its full investigative force to stop them. The CBC also called for the House Judiciary Committee and the House Homeland Security Committee to hold hearings on domestic terrorism, something the CBC has been calling for ever since Republicans took control of both committees.
Who is protecting the white terrorists in the country? Don't want to call it terrorism, just want to call it isolated incidents. So we go over there.
And took money away from that, and and at least when Sessions was there, focused on quote unquote black identity extremists.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That was Jeff Sessions.
Yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, you had a brother on today on Art Newstall's panel who said that the CBC only looks out for the 1% of black people. What are you talking about? This track record says otherwise.
Yeah.
Track record says otherwise.
And I'm assuming he thought Republicans look out for the masses of people on their side. Like,
oh, Mitch McConnell.
No, I mean, we cornered him to the point to where he admitted that he didn't care about history, and all you got to do is work hard, and you'll get where you. Just a whole bunch of nonsense.
That's funny. The other thing too is I think we talked about it a little bit, but when you start hearing about like things like the crime bill and things like that, Republicans were against it because they wanted to be wanted it to be harsher. And ironically, she catches a lot of flack, but Maxine Waters, one of the people who stood up against it.
Yeah, Maxine Waters was mentioned earlier. She was one of the advocates, in pushing back. I don't know.
Same thing with crack cocaine out there in California.
Yeah, I mean, we got street conservatives, so why don't we ask them why did they have to sell all these drugs in the community since they're finally here?
Introduced anti-lynching legislation on Thursday, June 28, 2018. The CBC, led by Senators Cory Booker and Kamala Harris and Congressman Bobby Rush, introduced legislation that would make lynching a federal crime. The Justice for Victims of Lynching Act of 2018 would amend the U.S. Code to specify that lynching, the willful act of murder by a collection of people as assembled with the intention of committing an act of violence upon any person, is a crime in itself, warranting enhanced sentence under existing federal hate crime statutes. When asked about the legislation, Senator Majority Leader Mitch McConnell said, "I certainly would support it. It's a travesty that despite repeated attempts to do so, Congress still hasn't put anti-lynching legislation on the books. This bill will right historical wrongs by acknowledging our country's stained past and codifying it into law, our commitment to abolishing this shameful practice," Cory Booker. And so where's Mitch McConnell now? He backed out of that. Rand Paul, he filibustered it in June 2020. Actually, just pull that video up.
Well, you know what I find interesting? We've had anti-lynching bills on, that's come before Congress for the last 145 years.
Yeah,
None of them passed.
Yeah, you got what?
Over 200.
1900s, they were trying to get something like that passed?
We're going back to 1867. Right after they started, lynching and fighting and trying to kill blacks, even during your Reconstruction period, and all through it, they had anti-lynching bills. None of them were passed, and none of them were passed in the late 19th century and in the early 20th. That came through when lynching was hitting an all-time high, damn near again in the in the 1915 to like 1945, 1940-45, you had lynchings that were going on. I think they were lynching I think one black man every other day, I do believe.
Lynching was just the worst, the extreme aspect of it. Beating brothers was another one. I mean, they were clipping little kids' fingers off.
Yeah.
And that's just, I was gonna say, that's what we know about, Yeah.
All right, let me play this. Fair use.
Remember the murders of Emmett Till, Raymond Gunn, Sam Hose, and the thousands of others whose lives were destroyed by the barbarity of the lynch mob. But this bill will not do that. This bill would expand the meaning of lynching to include any bodily injury, including a cut, an abrasion, or a bruise, physical pain, illness, or any other injury to the body, no matter how temporary. Mr. President, words have meaning. It would be a disgrace for the Congress of the United States to declare that a bruise is lynching, that an abrasion is lynching, that any injury to the body, no matter how temporary, is on par with the atrocities done to people like Emmett Till, Raymond Gunn, and Sam Hose, who were killed for no reason but because they were black. Lynching is a particularly vicious kind of murder, and a federal law should treat it as such. For these reasons, the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act should be adopted with my amendment, which would apply the criminal penalties for lynching only and not for other crimes.
The idea that we would not be taking the issue of lynching seriously is an insult to Senator Booker, to Senator Tim Scott and myself, and all of the senators past and present who have understood this is part of the great stain of America's history. To suggest that anything short of pulverizing someone so much that the casket would otherwise be closed except for the heroism and courage of Emmett Till's mother, to suggest that lynching would only be a lynching if someone's heart was pulled out and produced and displayed to someone else is ridiculous. And on this day, the day of George Floyd's funeral, on this day, a day that should be a day of national mourning, Mr. President, in 2018, the Senate unanimously passed bipartisan anti-lynching legislation, which I proudly introduced with the only other Black members of this body, Senator Cory Booker and Senator Tim Scott. It was a historic moment. It marked the first time in the history of our country that federal anti-lynching legislation had been passed by the United States Senate. It passed again by unanimous consent in 2019. Senator Paul is now trying to weaken a bill that was already passed. There's no reason for this. There's no reason for this. Senator Paul's amendment would place a greater burden on victims of lynching than is currently required under federal hate crimes laws. There is no reason for this. There is no reason other than cruel and deliberate obstruction on a day of mourning. On this very day, at this very hour, there is a memorial service to honor the life of George Floyd, who was murdered on a sidewalk by a police officer with a knee on his neck. For 8 minutes and 46 seconds, George Floyd pleaded for his life, called for his late mother, and said he could not breathe. The pain experienced not only by that man, that human being, and his family and his children, but the pain of the people of America witnessing what we have witnessed.
I just want to make sure that people understand what the context here is. Under this new anti-lynching bill, George Floyd would have been, the officers involved in George Floyd's death would have been held under this bill, been tried under this bill.
They would have been charged.
Absolutely.
But Republicans push back against this.
And they tried to insert a poison pill into the bill that would even weaken the bill. And this is what happens when you don't discuss policy. You won't even know this is even a thing. You wouldn't even know this was even on TV. But you know, people trying to leverage other type of cultural issues rather than talking about policies.
MOT, you have to understand, a lot of these people that we're talking about, black ones I'm saying, kind of think that this man somewhat deserved what he got, that it was his fault. They have excuses for this. They're not.
I know they do.
They're not down with these anti-lynching laws, just like Rand Paul and them are. They're the same. They look at this the same. Well, maybe he should have been a nicer guy. It wouldn't happen to him. That's pull your pants up. It wouldn't happen to you. He had a criminal record before. That's what happened to him. That's what he's.
You know, he had drugs in his system, even though they didn't check any of that before they did.
He had drugs.
Toxicology report, toxicology report didn't correspond with that, And so
that's what they said. That's what they said.
Yeah.
A man was lynched yesterday. Wow.
Yeah, you see these signs. These are going on. This was going on like crazy. Lynchings were going on like crazy. I was listening to a story, literally from Henry Fonda, Jane Fonda's father. People may know who Jane Fonda is, the actor, but Henry Fonda, he was an actor. He was out in Nebraska. He said he witnessed a lynching. They rolled up in the middle of town and grabbed a black guy, hung him. It was like a big event in the middle of town, and nobody, anything, didn't do anything. Grabbed him, hung him. He died, and that was it. And he said they all packed up and went home, like they were watching an event. I mean, this is the savagery that you have. So so you look at certain things that go on in this country, and you think that people are really looking out for your interest. You will see the deep hatred of what they have for you is deep. It's deep. The book White Trash goes into that deeply, but you are, you are a very central part of this nation's psychosis.
Yeah. Urged Georgia County to reconsider polling closures. On Thursday, August 23rd, 2018, the CDC sent a letter to the Randolph County, Georgia Board of Elections criticizing their proposal to close more than 3/4 of their polling locations in their predominantly Black county, including a polling location that was in a part of the county that was 97% African American.
Wow.
Well, don't worry about it. Not a big deal. Not a big deal, right? And it's like, this isn't in the 50s. This is today. And it's like, These people honestly think that by this guy getting reelected without knowing the history of anything is somehow is going to be a good idea. I'm like, the dude has a track record and the party has a track record. And it's pretty clear that they don't mess around with democracy like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The CBC believed the proposal was yet another attempt to suppress the African American vote, which violates the Voting Rights Act of '65.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they gutted the Voting Rights Act of '65, where they can actually put it on the states where they can literally discriminate against you. Once again, they can legally discriminate against you. Well, they weren't able to do that before, but now they can. That's what your Congress wanted, and in so many respects, and that's what your Supreme Court sat back and ratified. Supreme Court.
Yeah. Hosted briefing on FBI Black Identity Extremist Report. On Tuesday, March 20th, 2018, the CBC hosted a briefing on the FBI's August 2017 report titled Black Identity Extremists Most Likely Motivated to Target Law Enforcement Officers. The briefing included experts from the University of Southern California, Brennan Center for Justice, and the attorney activist community, and was a follow-up to a meeting the CBC had with FBI Director Christopher Wray about the report. In October 2017, the CBC met with Director Wray and asked the FBI to rescind the report since its definition of Black identity extremists was unclear and could put ordinary Black citizens and activists in danger of law enforcement. Director Wray sent a letter to the CBC months later informing the caucus that the report wouldn't be rescinded. These are your friends on the right. Okay? No anti-lynching bills, no rescinding of, Black identity extremists, no, nothing. I mean, if you go over there, what's over there? Criticize the Farm Bill. On Thursday, April 26, 2018, the CBC sent a letter to the House leadership criticizing the latest version of the Farm Bill as disgraceful because it included a proposal to cut the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program by $20 billion and expand eligibility and employment requirements for the program that would result in 2 million people losing some or all of their benefits. The bill also included a proposal that would result in 265,000 children losing their school lunch benefits. This is the party of pro-lifers. Okay? The party of the pro-lifers. Life starts at conception.
And defense contract spending.
Yep. Lockheed Martin, $37 billion. But we save $20 billion by criticizing the Farm Bill or modifying this Farm Bill. Okay. Fortunately, before Congress passed the bill, the CBC was able to make these bad proposals better and include millions of dollars for HBCUs and Black farmers and rural communities of color. The same thing that's in the Platinum Plan. Oops, did we say that? Oops.
Gentlemen, I want to say this very quickly. Just looking at the numbers, looks like Trump's having a good night. So I think he will probably get reelected, but we'll see what happens.
Oh, what are you basing that on, Nagone?
Kind of the returns that are coming back. So
what's Pennsylvania and Michigan or those places? Because I know last time I looked, he was kind of ahead in North Carolina as well as Pennsylvania, those states.
Well, it's still a little early to call for Pennsylvania. It looks like Trump may be coming back ahead in Ohio. Looks like that might be happening. Florida, he certainly has. He's got Texas, he's got Georgia. So he's got that. He seems to be ahead in Michigan as of right now, but still they're waiting for Detroit and some of this other stuff to come in as of yet. So that hasn't fully come in yet, but he's still there. So I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, tough to beat incumbents. I always said I thought, that this guy, the president definitely has a shot, and it looks like his shot's looking. It's looking like he may be able to pull it off. So we'll have to see what happens.
The other thing too to look at is I don't know, it varies by state when they can count early votes. Like they got into some pushback over that, and I think in Pennsylvania, as far as like some states they could start counting like well before, so versus some have some different rules. So Pennsylvania is going to be hard. I don't know if we'll get an actual projection tonight, because they were saying with Pennsylvania, the electoral votes, the early vote comes in late, and that's where Trump's got this whole I'm going to call the election by midnight type of deal from, versus
no, that's not really making a difference right now. Right now they're falling back, looking to see what's going to happen, and we're just going with the numbers right now. So slim lead there, but where North Carolina looks like he's Biden's starting to fall back in North Carolina as well. So we just got to see. People came out, and I don't know. We came out early, but I don't know. We didn't show up to the polls that heavily. A lot of Black people didn't show up to the polls as heavily. I would say just on the ground game. So Trump did. So he gets his people. People are coming out. His people are coming out. They did come out. So we'll have to see how these votes look. But
yeah, they say Mitch McConnell wins re-election as well.
Yeah. It looks like
that was a given.
Yeah, it looks like Trump's is going to have a good night.
Lindsey Graham looked like he may take.
Yeah. Lindsey Graham looks like he's going to take that. He's got somewhat of a lead. So as I said, I had some skepticism. I was very skeptical of the numbers based on it, but but that's where we are now. So skeptical of the numbers. I was, and here we are. I didn't think he was going to take Florida, but Virginia and these other states, it's going to be a problem. So we'll have to see. And if Biden loses Michigan, that's going to be a problem.
Wait, he's up in Virginia, right?
No.
Wait, Virginia's blue.
He's up in Virginia.
Is he up in Virginia right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we have there on the screen.
Okay, how high is he up in Virginia?
Let me pull this up.
Yeah, they've called Virginia. They got the check mark. I mean, they only got 53% reporting, but I'm guessing what's happening is where those votes came from.
Richmond and so forth.
Yeah. Versus where what's going to be coming in is coming from. It'll be interesting to see.
What are they? Okay, so what are they calling right now for Michigan?
Michigan, you got 33%, but right now with Trump, but you got your so I think Mike said you still got Detroit. Other places got to come in, so that's sort of the thing. You got to
come in yet? Okay.
Your rural counties are going to come in first, as well as I don't know if we'll get I think the governor already went out and said earlier that they don't know if they'll get even a call on Michigan today because of they had some robocalls earlier today.
Hey, I'm on the phone. Come on.
No, we'll have to keep seeing. What's Pennsylvania looking like, Mike? Pretty close, only 27%. So, and Iowa as well as they've started doing some reporting, 13%. So
Ohio? Where are we at in Ohio right now?
79% Trump up. Yeah, I never thought Biden was winning Ohio.
No,
me neither. Me neither.
Yeah, I thought his best choice. I think his best road is Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Iowa looked like it may be in play, but polls have been changing over the past couple of weeks. But as well as Arizona.
I mean, I never gave him. I gave him Carolina. I gave him Florida. I gave him right.
No, I was just gonna say let's go to MOT's
post. Yeah.
And let's see what MOT had predicted. All right. This is MOT's community tab. If you haven't been over there, go hit the like button over there. So this is what MOT proposed a couple of days ago. Let's look at this.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw this MOT. I was surprised you gave him Maine and New Hampshire.
Well, Trump had a strong ground game before in New Hampshire, so I think it was kind of a given that he would actually take that. But from what it looks like now, I don't think he's going to take it. But MOT's map is looking pretty consistent with what's going on right now. If we go back and look at it real quick.
Yeah, no, he's I mean, he's pretty. I mean, obviously the Western states don't know as much, but no, it's a fair map.
Yeah. And he gave him New Hampshire, and New Hampshire's not coming in as of yet. Biden is up in New Hampshire.
Yeah, I gave him New Hampshire, Maine, and Arizona, even though I knew he was probably going to lose those. This is why I say this was the best case scenario for him.
But in Arizona, 71% reporting.
Oh wow, that's a pretty big lead. That's another thing right there. You got Arizona, you win that, and
you don't need a Michigan or.
Well, I think he needs Michigan. I don't know if he needs Pennsylvania. Then I believe he can win. I believe he wins at Arizona and is it Iowa maybe? He can lose Pennsylvania.
He shouldn't lose Pennsylvania though. He shouldn't be losing Pennsylvania. I mean, it's a stomping ground. Why would he?
Yeah. It's your home state. You shouldn't lose there. That'll be. I wonder if that has that ever happened. Honestly, presidential candidate.
Presidential election? Not in a general election.
Because Obama won Hawaii. You got Bush.
Illinois.
Yeah.
I mean,
Bush won Texas.
I don't think Clinton ever won Arkansas. I don't think he did. Hold on, let me look.
We'll have to look because that was the one thing with Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton was able to do uniquely well in the southeastern states, or decently, and he's the one who kind of set this model for the Democrats of playing this really moderate.
That third way politics shit.
yeah. Taking a real moderate type of path there. So
yeah. So
I'm trying to say, hey Mike, what are you getting for Arizona?
Arizona looks like 71% reporting, and Joe Biden is in
he got about 10 point lead.
Yeah. I know Judge Zilla is down there, and I think he made a difference. So
yeah, man, like a whole judge like pushing down skyscrapers and stuff. And
okay, Michigan. Michigan.
No climbing that building with Cynthia G scared off a lot of people. So
say that again, Nagone.
Michigan, we haven't gotten in because I'm looking over here at CNN. I'm just trying to see if Michigan has come through with anything on Detroit or anything.
Nah, I've had to guess probably not. You're at a third of the vote roughly in Michigan.
Okay.
So I'm sure some of those like I said, bigger places haven't Detroit haven't come in yet. What does Texas look like? I was talking to someone. They said,
Texas is close, man.
Yeah. And I'm sure once again there too, you got those small counties coming in be looking obviously for when, places like Harris County down there in Houston.
What's Texas looking like?
You got Trump with basically roughly a 4-point lead with about 70% of the vote in. So,
okay.
Like I said, I don't know about those bigger counties, places like Austin, I believe that's like
Dallas.
Travis County, Dallas,
Austin, Dallas,
Houston, San Antonio.
Yeah.
Now, did MOT have Iowa on the map? No, he had Iowa as red, but Iowa,
Yeah, right, red. Yeah.
Iowa's leading blue.
Man, like I said, we will see.
Yeah, it's gonna be a roller coaster.
I got to keep referring back to MOT's map. I mean, it's static for right now, but going forward, it'll be static. But he had, MOT had Ohio for Trump and Indiana.
Florida.
Yeah, Florida. I find it interesting that Mississippi, with all their troubles, will still vote for Trump, man.
It's a different mentality down there.
Man, are you crazy? You know what, Mike, man, look, I'm like red. No question about it.
I don't know, man.
Yes, Mike, someone said in the chat, Georgia's waiting on the DeKalb and Fulton areas. That's Atlanta. So the big counties in Atlanta, you got DeKalb, Fulton, Cobb. I think those are the major ones, as well as some that are right outside of there. That's where Democrats, really, really rely on to be competitive in Georgia. So. And then Colorado, I did see that I believe it's John Hickenlooper was his name, picked up a Senate seat there.
Oh, really? Oh, nice.
Yeah, they said, project to win Colorado Senate seat, pick up for Democrats. So
I mean, he was a cool dude, man. I bet you a couple fundraisers with him, man. He's all right, man.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's all right.
Definitely early to be counting the votes now. It's still early, man.
So
early.
Let's look at MOT's map again. MOT had Montana as red. Right now, it is leaning blue.
Montana?
That's what I'm. MOT. I don't know, man.
Well, you only got 19% of the vote in, but
yeah.
I think whatever county is by Helena, that's the biggest. Cause that place is wide the hell open, man. Like,
yeah. Nah, it's
wide.
Just like I said, this one's gonna be. It's gonna be. I could see definitely at the rate we're going right now. I could see us not know anything at least to the morning.
Yeah.
Oh man. So that means in the middle of the night, come through, snatch. Actually, I guess at midnight, I guess we can see if the guy's just gonna call, because he is a stupid individual, so he will call it for himself at midnight. So
MOT had Nevada as blue. Okay, I think we can kind of give. I mean, he also had Arizona as red too. I mean, as red too, but now we know that Arizona's going blue. But Nevada
takes the away from him.
Votes are coming in slow, and this sucker's tight. Holy shit! I knew it was gonna be tight, but I knew all of those numbers. He's up, 10, 50. I knew that was a crock, so I wasn't buying any of it. So this shit's gonna come down to 3 percentage points at best, people.
Yeah. So what we have to do is look at the 538.com and at the last polling and look at these states. That's going to be
closed that. Yeah, they closed that already.
Yeah, they did say. I did read his article. I believe it was yesterday or maybe it was even this morning, where he was.
And what did he say?
He did say that in 2016 that he had some reservations. I didn't follow his site back then, but he said he did have some reservations with Clinton that he tried to tell people was a lot closer than what people were thinking. But he did say as far as he said he thought this is going to be for Biden a fine line between a nail biter and a landslide. He thought if the polling was off, even if it was off more than it was last time, he said he still had Biden winning comfortably. Even if it was a bigger error, he still had Biden winning. So He made it sound like Trump had an uphill battle.
Well, I saw Michael Moore on I forget who I saw. I don't know if it was 538. I don't think it was 538. He went on that. I forget which one I was looking at. But anyway, I'm just not remembering. I've watched a lot of stuff recently. But anyway, I saw him and he was like, well, he goes, well, what do you think? What do you think how things will go in Michigan? You're from Michigan. He's like, well, we should, Biden should take it. But this guy was out in Muskegon County talking about Trump. He was out in Muskegon. And he said he was, he had a COVID crowd, but he had 30,000 people out there, 20,000, some huge number. And he says that's a lot of people. He goes, that's disturbing, but we should get the edge. But that's a lot of people. So he was disturbed about the amount of people that came out. So he didn't want to make a statement. He was just saying, people get out of your houses and vote now. But that's what these guys were reduced to, saying, get out and vote. But he didn't want to make a prediction. But he thought for our Trump rally in Michigan, it was a lot of people to be out.
Yeah,
It was some, or maybe it was 10,000 or so, something like that. But it was a big crowd.
This wasn't where the buses left all the people out in the middle of nowhere, kind of, because he didn't pay the bus company.
What?
Oh, you hear about that, MOT? Man, I can't remember what state it in. This happened the past few days. Like, he had some rally, like, where you kind of had to have buses, take people out to the place. And
yeah, that was Nebraska. That was out in Nebraska.
Okay, and it was about 3, 4, 5 miles, something like that. And when they got ready to leave, Trump got out of there, and they had to walk home. And they some reporter reached out to the bus company, and they were like, "Yeah, we didn't get paid to go back and pick people up, so we didn't. Left them in the cold."
Trump also didn't pay people in 2016 either. They still didn't pay. Those people still wasn't paid in 2016 either, man. They wasn't paid. A lot of those people wasn't paid. A lot of them was not paid at all.
Well, that's what Trump does, but they don't care because Trump ran. See, Trump. Well, one thing I know, he's in the real estate business. He was a salesman. He was always on the phone. I know what that's all about, being on the phone and just making call after call. That's why this guy was successful, in business for a bit, because this guy is a closer, and he tries to close deals, and that's what this guy's about. So, he's pushing it. So a lot of people are buying into it. As his message tends to resonate around the country, and he's the last white man standing. So at the end of the day, as far as the feeling of white folks in this country saying this guy is a hope, he's got our best interests at heart, that resonates hard. It's tough to run against that. I was saying that before. He is, white America's or the white man's self-esteem. He is that, and he's running hard in there, and people are, and that resonates with him. So it's a tough one. It's a tough one. The rural country person and all that. It's a tough game. It's a tough game. It's tough to beat, and plus he's the incumbent. So incumbents have always been hard to beat.
No, it'll be interesting regardless of the outcome, the exit polling, because Biden got a lot of Republicans, establishment to Republicans, to go and endorse him, and he, in places like Florida, that's where Biden actually had strength, was with more white voters. He was actually down with some of the Black and Hispanic voters compared to Obama in 2012, and it'll be interesting to see how those numbers shake out. It'll be interesting too in general to see exit polls when you had the type of turnout you had. I mean, I don't know what they're projecting the totals were, but I mean, just in early voting alone, you were talking about 100 million people.
Yeah, but it ain't about who votes; it's about who count them. Apparently.
No, like I even saw, like I said, that'll be the other kind of fight that will kind of be interesting to see, because you already had a federal.
I would sue to do that. I would sue to have the votes counted.
No, that's you had a federal judge who literally gave orders today to basically, told all the post offices in at least swing states to go do a sweep of the post office and for votes, and my understanding is they didn't do that. So, you know, you're going to have some legal battles come out of this regardless, especially with if it stays close like this.
Yeah, because who was that? I think I sent it to Mike or Nagone. There was an opinion 2 Mondays ago by Brett Kavanaugh, who said that the states don't have an infinite blank check on how to count mail-in ballots, which this is why having this conservative Supreme Court is just not good for anybody except for corporate interests and maybe, you know, churches. But who am I? People want this orange guy to be president, and they have not listed any policies of why. It's like, well, it's the whip. Well, if you're going to date the women anyway, you've already co-opted their policy. So why on earth are you worried? Well, you're not going to date different. Anyway, yeah, yeah, man. It's early in the night. Early in the night.
Yeah, I was playing around with the simulation here, and it looks like with Arizona and Iowa in play like that, you know, Biden can win that path as well. He wins. Honestly, he can lose Pennsylvania at that point. If he picks up Minnesota, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Iowa, that'll be victory for him as well. That'll get him to 273.
Whoa, that lead Trump.
If Trump picked up Maine, he'd be at 265. If Biden won Maine, that actually put him at 277.
Okay.
So yeah,
Once we get back to this laptop, you know, let's play with that and throw out some scenarios, because I know all the other guys who are actually, you know, covering the election. I know they're doing all this analysis. I could tell, man. I could just tell that they are.
You still there, Mike?
I'm here.
Okay, just checking.
Okay.
Now, California would make a significant impact for Biden, would it not?
And when you say
impact with Biden winning?
No, would it? I'm saying from a voter standpoint, it's gonna matter for Biden. All of these. Oh, I'm saying all of these. Western states. Yeah, these Western states.
Yeah, I mean,
they're gonna fill in.
I mean, yeah, those really are. I mean, the only one that's really talked about being in play is possibly Nevada. And I don't even think Trump was really polling well there.
No, not in Nevada, man. No.
Yeah, but for some odd reason, they were talking about his election team trying to challenge those people. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there.
Trump owes a lot of money in Vegas, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, man. I just screwed over an immense amount of people in Vegas. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
This is a fucking tight ass race. Holy shit. This is not a game, boys. Not a game. So
yeah.
Incumbents is tough to beat. I always thought the numbers were going to be tight. So I kind of thought that this thing was going to I kind of thought they had to fix in a little bit in Pennsylvania, but I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. So,
Well, and Mike, check out the last comment on that map of mine. It just shows you where some people's heads are, man.
Mm-hmm.
what would they say?
Regardless, the country is still red. Where's Bill Clinton? Like, what the fuck is wrong with these dudes? Dude is not even running for president, and they still trying to find a way to talk about other shit. It's something wrong with
Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton's he's gone. Bill Clinton's out of there.
Yeah. MOT, did we ever able to figure out if Clinton won Arkansas? I can look that up.
Did Clinton? Oh,
No.
you talking about
I don't think he did. I don't think he did.
Yeah, I have to look because that, like I said, that's I mean, I don't think Democrats really planned for that originally with Biden being from Pennsylvania for him to be the nominee. You know, it kind of fell that way. So, like I said, that was one thing I kind of thought was interesting that he was so close in his own state.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bill Clinton won Arkansas for sure.
Really?
Yeah. If you looked at the Bill Clinton map, it was a landslide like map, bro. He won.
Shit, that came out for him, huh? Wow.
Yeah. Bill Clinton map was crazy.
Yeah, Nagone up there in your neck of the woods, I just got a notification on my phone. They said New Jersey votes to legalize recreational marijuana use.
What?
Biggest state on the,
we covered
biggest
that
state
on
on
the
the East Coast.
Yeah, we covered that in the Brain Trust a while back.
Yeah, they said biggest state on the East Coast to do so. So
yeah, man, you late in that news, fam. A couple months.
No, I think he's just mentioning. But the thing is,
I know. I was goofing. I was goofing.
Yeah,
Like, we know that.
Because we covered that before. That you're going to have legalization if that whole I-90 West corridor goes legal.
Yeah, true.
Massachusetts, Vermont, Connecticut.
Yeah, that's a fact.
New
They
York,
already up there?
New
Vermont
Jersey,
and Connecticut?
huh?
Vermont and Connecticut already up there?
Oh no, that's your map. That's your map.
Oh, okay. No, I'm talking about legalization, not.
Oh no. I'm saying if that whole corridor goes legal.
Oh, okay.
If the whole corridor goes legal, then what happens here is it puts a lot of pressure on the federal government because it goes by Fed lines, right? And so if they were to go legal, then that can really flip the government up on top of its head, because they would have no choice but because all the rest of the states that are on that I-90 West corridor are going to have to go legal too.
Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah. That's a fact, and we mentioned that before. But yeah, I've got one of my good friends. He lives in Jersey, and he's got the marijuana card and all that. He's got all that stuff going on, and
the marijuana card.
Yeah. He's got the card. He gets, he's retired now, but he gets his, he gets his thing going. So hey, that's what he does it. He's retired. He's done very well for himself. So he deserves it. But there it is. Yeah, that's been going on for a minute. So yeah, we definitely wear that Renaissance, man. That's been going on for a bit, and people seem to be very comfortable with it, man. They seem to be comfortable with it. So I don't know, but I'm along with Mike. That whole I-90 and 95 corridor swinging all the way down. I think damn near down into Pennsylvania. I think that's how that's going to work. Down in Philly, yeah, I think that's how all that's gonna from north to that area. I think that's totally gonna go that way.
Well, yeah, Pennsylvania has been talking about legalization because of the lack of steel industry and coal mining and stuff like that. Those jobs are gone, and so
but Philadelphia. I mean, but the state of Pennsylvania, though,
they're hurting for money. MOT, we covered that in the article about 6 months. They're hurting for COVID. I'm saying during COVID, Arkansas was talking about legalization.
Yeah, that's right.
I was talking about legalization. Mississippi was talking about legalization.
Yeah, talking about it.
Well, to make up for the lack of revenue during COVID, right? Because they're looking at Colorado and they're saying Colorado is booming. Why don't we do the same thing? Because
Colorado is booming.
Yeah, because we're conservative. That's why we're not booming. We're not like them.
Yeah. MOT Clinton won Arkansas in 92.
Both times?
Yeah. He cleaned it up. I mean, his map was
92 and 96?
Because remember, he ran against Bob Dole in his second term, and he smashed Dole. He crushed him. He crushed Dole. He crushed him. He crushed Dole. He crushed Bob Dole. He crushed him. It wasn't close.
Yeah. He won it. He won it twice, which, you know, so you got to keep going further back. Did H.W. Bush, H.W. Bush, did he win? Wasn't he from Massachusetts, Mike?
Kenny Bunkport. He was
No, Connecticut.
Connecticut, okay.
Yeah. Kenny Bunkport.
MOT, do you want to drop the link down in the chat? No.
Yes. Drop the link in the chat.
All right.
Just in case I don't see it, if it's somebody that don't supposed to be up here, man, don't let them up. Or if it's somebody who have like some numbers and all that kind of stuff, nah. That's fine.
Yeah, it's looking like Herbert Walker Bush won Connecticut. So I mean, it goes back a while.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
It goes back a while. President
Bush did win Connecticut? Wow.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
I mean, you got to think that was back in 90. I mean, not even that. 88?
Yeah, 88.
So you definitely could have pulled some of that off in a more moderate Republican Party back then. So.
Oh yeah, but not now, man.
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah. So no, that'd be another thing of history. If Biden doesn't win PA, you'd be the first in a long time not to win your own home state.
Oh man, be bad. That's why he out there.
I mean, who knew that Judge Zilla was a blue guy? Who knew Judge Zilla was on the left? I thought he was a libertarian all the time, but he's a blue libertarian, I guess. I don't know what to put. What kind of category can you put Judge Zilla in?
Well, you got to think too. You've got Mark Kelly, who's running out there, who's winning.
Okay.
He was up big. He's Democrat. He was what's his name? Gabby Gifford's wife. I'm sorry, husband.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I just remember they launched a warship named right after her recently.
Yep.
USS Gabrielle Gifford. Yep.
Yeah, I mean they even put what's his name in jail? Joe Arpaio. They had enough of his stuff out there too. So Trump ended up pardoning him. But yeah. I think what's happening in a lot of these states is you're seeing you're seeing people relocate. I know Phoenix is a pretty fast growing metro, and seeing a lot of people relocate from the Northeast and California, to the Sun Belt, and changing those demographics. Same thing with like Texas.
Yeah. We were saying that a little earlier. A lot of people are coming from like I know for a fact in Arizona, and you have a lot of people coming over from Chicago. You have a lot of people coming. You do have a significant number of people, because I must know about 10 or 11 of my high school friends. Well, not friends, but people I know in high school. They are all out there in Arizona now, and some folks have recently moved out there over the last 10 years. So there's a lot of movement of people, certainly, like say Northeast and coming out of Chi-Town, and certainly many coming over from California because of I would say housing prices, bang for your buck. And the taxes are lower. So you do get a greater value proposition than you're getting, say, in the Bay Area and all these other places. You go out to AZ and you can get really nice place, and the taxes are low. That's a big advantage. So that's pulling a lot of people especially from California into Arizona. You're seeing a lot of that movement. So that's what it is, changing some of the other demographics there from the old classic, kind of Tempe, Arizona, or Phoenix, type of typical, old Arizona type of person, to a more, I don't know, more of a trendy, California type, or a Chicago type, or a New York, New Jersey type of person who's moving into that area, and they've been moving into that area a lot. It's one of the fastest growing states in the union.
Well, Arizona is is on the hot map for what do you call it? Opportunity zones. So there's a lot of investment going into that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly. Yep.
Certainly.
Yeah, there's a lot of, I think the majority of the opportunity zones that have been established have come out of Arizona. So out of the 8,500. So we'll see what happens with that. But where we are right now, Trump's at 108, Biden's at 131. It's only 10:45 now. So
yeah, I was gonna ask on Arizona too. People relocating. Don't they have a bunch of retirees in that area too?
Yeah,
that's what I thought.
Yeah. Surprised California hasn't talked about building a bullet train from CA to AZ. I was watching some stuff last night about bullet trains in the United States and why the United States is so far behind. Because bureaucratic red tape and the auto.
Oh my God.
The auto industry doesn't want trains. It wants you to buy more cars.
Yeah.
They don't want no bullet train. Are you crazy?
That's absolute. I mean, the bullet train is because you have to take a look. I mean, you're talking about moving large amounts of people to go, quite a ways. For relatively small money, you don't need a car. You just don't need one of these big gas guzzling, expensive $40,000-$50,000 vehicles where you're paying, $800-$900 a month for a lot of people. They ain't put no money down. They're getting juiced out of their minds, and they can just rape you, man. For a car. Yeah, it is big part of the auto industry. Yeah, absolutely. That's why they don't want gasoline. They don't want electric cars because of just the gas industry. So the whole astroturfing piece and all that, has not been advanced here in the United States just because of that industry as well. So that's some powerful industries, going against this. I'm all for the bullet train, man. Could you imagine the bullet train from New York to DC? You're down there in 25 minutes.
Oh yeah, I mean, you got people who take the train. We have investors come down, visit with us from New York on the Amtrak all the time. So, I mean, you start talking about something like that, you're talking about people who may live in one city and work in the other.
Well, the thing is, the bullet train or at least the Accelerail, only does what is it, 85, 90 miles an hour.
Oh wow!
Japan is saying that their bullet train is antiquated, and they've come up with a new and I believe we did cover this on the Brain Trust, so Mike would certainly be aware of this because I think Mike probably brought up the article. But they've got experimental bullet train. I think that runs something like 500 miles an hour. Or so.
China has the fastest train right now in Shanghai. It's 200 plus miles an hour. It's an operation right now.
Yeah, but they're saying that they have an experimental one that they know can run a lot faster. Because they're saying they can run them a lot faster. They're saying that bullet train.
Trains. It was
the maglevs. Yeah. The maglevs. They're saying that some of this stuff is antiquated. That they have newer stuff that can run you a lot faster. And if you could run 500 miles an hour, something like that, forget about it. Forget about it, man. It's game over. Game over. 500 miles in an hour, man. Come on.
Yeah, it has to go from state to state. It can't. I mean, Massachusetts is talking about that right now. They was talking about that in June of building a new maglev train from New York to Boston. So I don't know who's going to pay for that, but I mean, you're talking about $15 million a mile.
Damn.
But it would pay for itself because you would have a lot of people from Boston working in New York. You have a lot of people from New York working in Boston. You would just have a lot of travel going, it would pay for itself over time. I certainly would believe it.
Well, the federal government gave Lockheed Martin, $37 billion. I mean,
oh yeah, they're not a problem, right? They're not a problem.
Yeah, 37 billion. Gave him 37 billion. Yeah, just gave it to him.
No, you can easily hide that. You can easily hide that in the defense budget.
Government welfare. But anyway, that's how that works. But yeah, that'd be great investments for us to be making.
We'll go ahead. No, I was just gonna quickly say it'll do something about hopefully some of these, it would definitely alleviate some of these housing prices, in DC and New York City. I mean, if you can, if you could literally get on a train and hop on a train. I mean that when I was out in Colorado, I was blown away by how far, their little light rail goes out. I was like, wow, it goes all the way out here.
Yeah, go all the way to Castle Rock, man.
If you get a maglev train running 500-600 miles an hour, you could do that shit cross country in 6-7 hours in 6 hours, man. Mm-hmm. That would be like a plane, man. That would be like an aircraft, man. You could do that shit 6-7 hours.
Yeah. That's other technology that people are working on. I think it's hypersonic flight or something like that, where basically you can go from East Coast to West Coast. They have a problem with the planes coming back in and I think breaking the sound barrier, creating a lot of disruption there. But they get this stuff figured out. You're talking about being able to fly from California to East Coast DC in like 3 hours, something like that.
Well, they had the SST, back in the day, the SST, and then they had the Concorde. But I remember when I was a kid, we used to do current events, and the SST was a plane that they had, and they had this back in the late 60s, 70s, man. So they've had this for a very long time. They
still run a Concorde or no?
No.
Concorde's still run a Concorde or no?
Concorde they had one accident. And
okay.
But they should have those types of flights going out, because that would they didn't pay for themselves because they were charging so much for the plane tickets, $10,000 or whatever you'd have to drop, pretty much to get on it.
Damn.
So, it was a lot of money, and so it was just a jet set crew. It was the Millionaires Club, flying back and forth. And so you might get somebody who wasn't a millionaire, and they would be like a special ride. Oh, I'm here to hang amongst you glorious people. But it was pretty much a crew of just millionaires, and that was it. That's pretty much who was riding on that. So it didn't pay for itself. But they could have had they made it a lot more. If they just made it a lot more like regular flights to where you could afford them, less, $1,000 or less, for a round trip ticket. But they never got to that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they were talking about, saying in this documentary I was watching yesterday, talking about California building this new high-speed rail train. Supposed to be doing something like 108 miles an hour or something like that. So I don't know. I mean, the explanation that they gave was basically that you have a lot of the airline industry, the automotive industry, the boating industry, in terms of Carnival cruise ships and stuff like that. They're worried about that. They don't want anybody taking a train and going somewhere. After 9/11, that's when Amtrak made their cash, because no one wanted to fly. So they were hanging on the let this person.
That's me.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna.
That's me on my laptop.
Okay. Yeah, and so they were just talking about these three entities don't want anyone taking trains and stuff like that. But that's how you create jobs. That's if you're talking about creating jobs, that's the most quickest way of massive reconstruction development. Is do that. Anybody who can propose a deal like that is a surefire victory for 8 years.
That's a fact, and you would create a lot of jobs there because just the whole infrastructure. It would actually be a big infrastructure project as well, because in order to build these platforms and these rails for them to ride on, this would be a big infrastructure project in itself. And you would have to, a lot of engineering, a lot of stuff would really go into it, but you'd have to kind of design it to ride over certain areas that might have earthquakes or whatever. You would have to. It would be a lot. It would be a lot to it, but for certain, it would be a great. I think it would be a great project. It would advance our society and culture a lot further. I certainly believe, because I believe just the industries that we have right now, the oil industry, in many respects, the automotive and so forth, they're holding a lot of things back. These gas powered cars and so forth that we have. It's an old technology. It's old. We don't need it. We don't need to be we don't need to be using these vehicles. These things are antiquated.
Hey, Mike, let me share my screen real quick.
More traveling.
Okay, let's start playing with this. All right. You say Montana was. All right. So let's say he loses Michigan. And what was Iowa? Was Iowa leaning or?
I was leaving Trump. I'm sorry, I was leaning to Biden, at least right now.
All right. Okay. Let's take both Michigan and Wisconsin out of this. They're both red. And let's say Iowa is blue and Montana is.
I mean, right in there.
Somehow switches to red.
I was gonna say, yeah. Right. I was gonna say, no, right there. You have your map. Even if if he picked up Pennsylvania but lost Michigan and Wisconsin, but picked up Iowa and Arizona, you still have a win there. Assuming he wins New Hampshire as well. That's a super close election, but that's still a win. No one really believed the polls in Arizona. Biden was up in Iowa, and then polls showed a wild swing to Trump, but Biden's at least leading in Iowa, so it's kind of all over the place right now. But you're still waiting on these big cities in Michigan and Wisconsin to report as well too.
Okay, so let's say he loses. All right, so let's do this. Michigan blue, Wisconsin stay that way. Pennsylvania goes red. Then Biden loses.
Yep. Yeah, all things hinge really on Biden win. Pennsylvania is the main thing. How that goes, like I said.
For him, yes.
Yeah, how that goes, and him being from there, that kind of really dictates how things swing in the election.
Well, we're also not getting a lot of we're not getting right now Philadelphia and so forth and all that. Those numbers have not come in yet, so we're not really getting we're not getting a totally.
But this could be the map right here.
Yeah, but Judge Zilla in the chat is
could
saying,
be the map right here though.
Yeah, Judge Zilla is saying that NC and PA sealed it. That's what Judge Zilla is saying. I don't know.
The who, the what?
He's saying North Carolina, PA seal it. Because right now you got
seals the victory for
for Biden, that seals it because you got a pretty close race going on in North Carolina right now.
Yeah. So let's see how that flies. Michigan still, you still haven't had Detroit.
Okay, so let's see.
So a lot of
he still loses.
Yeah.
But see what happens. See what happens when he flip. But see, like if you flip Pennsylvania, North Carolina, like Judge Zilla's saying, you have a Biden win.
Okay.
Mm.
Oh, wait. I mean, shit, there ain't no way he can come back from that shit. No way. I mean, and this is with giving him Michigan and Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Still ain't no way he can come back from that shit.
Mm-hmm.
So Judge say PA and C, the shit's over. Wow. Damn, he would have to lose all the battleground states except for those two. Because he's going to lose Florida and Ohio. I do believe he's going to lose both of those.
Oh yeah, I never thought Ohio was ever really in play. I mean, it's been going.
Oh no.
I was gonna say like it's been leading.
I mean, man,
it's
I
been
lost
leading
so much money in fucking Ohio because they closed down the Lordstown plant, in Youngstown, closed down most of the shit in Sharonville, that's the Cincinnati area. Then they closed down this other plant that's in Vandalia, Ohio. Closed that shit down. There's a place in Dry Ridge, Kentucky, just a little bit south of Lexington, where I used to take breaks from there all the way up to all those places, even in Detroit. Like that shit closed down because they found another manufacturer to take the shit up in Detroit. Like, yeah, man, it really fucked a lot of people in that area. Fucking around with this trade deal shit.
Oh, that was all because of trade deal? All those plants closing?
Yep, all that shit went down, man. Or they use it as an excuse to do whatever the hell they were going to do anyway. All right, so let's do this. Let's make North Carolina red. Who left?
That looked like it was Mike.
Oh, okay. All right. Mm-hmm. This is probably the closest map here. Look at this shit. This could realistically be the map, dude. This could realistically be the map.
Yeah. The way things are looking right now, like I said, we got some metro areas that haven't reported, but yeah, that could be it.
This could be the map. This could be it.
Which would be crazy. You'd be talking about.
Oh my God, it'll be
lawsuits like crazy.
Oh, pandemonium. If he lost Michigan and Wisconsin,
yeah,
and North Carolina and Florida, and he still loses. Oof.
The other thing I was going to ask, as far as electoral college and vote support, like, isn't that affected by the census?
No, electoral college is pretty much set. It's set. Now
Really?
the representatives in the state could be affected and changed somewhat, I think, but I no, because it's still 435.
Really? Okay, I didn't know that because they were like, I saw something that said, in the next, like, I want to say 10, 15 years, you're going to have half the population that lives in 10 states.
Yeah. And it could be these 10 right here.
That's going on right now. They're talking about the Midwest is emptying out and people are moving towards the coastal areas, California, well, New York is actually losing some people. People are still coming to New York, but yet places like North Carolina and Virginia and so forth. This is where people are actually rolling. California and like I said, moving down maybe Arizona for sure.
Georgia, big time. I mean,
Georgia,
Atlanta metro is blowing up. I mean, you got 6 million people in that metro. That's bigger than several of these states.
Yep, that's a fact. Dallas, the whole Dallas, Fort Worth, and that whole area. And then of course other areas of Texas, Houston, and San Antonio, and these areas. They got a lot of those areas starting to hit. So there'll be a few states that people are going to be moving to there. That's going on right now. That's happening. That's happening now. So that's where we're at.
Yeah, that's where we're at. I can't wait till this shit's over, man, because these Trump motherfuckers are gonna have a real awakening on how shit actually works in this country without this guy being where he is.
Without Trump being in office?
Yes, they're gonna see how this shit always was.
Well, let's not count on it, because I was saying before, I think Trump's got a good shot at getting in here. So let's just see. Incumbents have been tough to beat. Over the last 100 years, 19 presidents have been elected. 15 have been reelected. That's the reality. 15 have.
I'm trying to think.
Or haven't.
I'm trying to think. You got first one's going to be obviously H.W. Bush. He didn't get reelected.
No, I'll tell you exactly who they are. Okay, if you want to put John Taft in there, that'll be 5. If you want to go 108 years, but it would be Taft. It would be Hoover. Then it would be. Are
you counting Kennedy?
Carter. Then it would be, and then it would be, and then it would be George H.W. Bush. That's.
Oh, are you counting? So you're not counting Kennedy and Nixon?
Kennedy and Nixon. Yeah. We're talking about Ford.
Okay.
Yeah. So those are the guys. So.
No, you are right. I remember. I guess it was 04. They were trying to push Bush out of there a little bit early. Couldn't quite get it done there.
Yeah. I mean, there were a lot of questions about whether he won that election or not, but he came through and won Ohio in the final, and that's what took him over the top. So we won that, but yeah.
Yeah, how does that work? I don't know if any of y'all know about Nebraska, and it's not a winner take all type of deal.
No.
This is a proportional shit. I think it's by districts. But hold on, let me look up Nebraska's election law.
It's actually by congressional district.
Boom. Here we go. Statute. Dun, 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 dun. Here we go. State of Nebraska. In each presidential election year, voting on a preference of President of the United States, election officers and political subdivisions will hold their general elections at the same. No, that doesn't say anything much. Chamber. Let's see here. Yeah, Mike probably went over to DC. He sent the email to stop over there for a second if you could. So let's see what we got. Yeah, this might be the map, man. Like this might be the map. Come on, man. Don't tell me I closed out that map. Yeah, man, this could be it.
Someone
Yeah, man,
said
this could be it.
someone in the chat said PA probably won't have final results until days. PA is the Florida of 2020.
Oh, geez. Well, we could have everything else. What do you think? This map right here.
Like I said, it's a very real possibility. Debate way things are polling right now, but like I said, we gotta see what happens up in that Rust Belt area. But outside of that, that like you said, it could very well be it.
Okay, let's say we take away. Well, actually, you can't take shit away because anything else, then he fucking loses. Trump loses, so I don't understand. This could be it. Because if he loses everything and picks up Arizona and Iowa,
yeah, it's just because pretty much Trump has to, he kind of needs to hold the map, to be honest with you, and Arizona's not holding the map, Pennsylvania's not holding the map, Iowa's not holding the map, so.
Could be. Could be.
And I mean, like I said, I don't know where Texas is, but I don't think it doesn't look like it's in play. But you never know if all those districts that are.
Let me go to the Texas Board of Election site. Board of Elections results. No, it's not that easy to find. Hold on a second. Oh, sos.state.tex. So could be. Look like they want you to vote, but they don't give a shit about counting it. Or something should be changed. Like, dude, you should be able to just be in front of a computer, put your card up to the screen, it reads it, you fucking vote. Period. Boom.
Oh yeah, I was going to say they started the standardized test. GMAT, GRE, MCAT. I mean, they did that online, and that was literally what you had to do to check in. You had a webcam, and you literally showed them your driver's license, and that's how they verified your identity.
God damn, McConnell slaughtered fucking McGrath. Whew.
Yeah,
this shit was like 58-37. Like,
yeah, no, I thought they, to me, in my opinion, they really lost ground when they when McGrath won over the black progressive candidate up there. I think that kind of still, because he started surging, and I don't really know what he surged towards the end, and couldn't quite pull it out in the primary, and then this McGrath lady, she's one of those "I'll work with Trump" type of people, so one of those blue dog.
wow. Doug Jones loses to Republican Tommy Tuberville.
Oh yeah, that wasn't a surprise. No, that wasn't a surprise. I mean, the crazy thing is, I mean, if you listen,
hey man, you're borging out, or something just happened with your microphone.
Nah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, all the way. Yeah.
Okay. Nah,
what's going on, Wackwordo? You just joined.
Nah, I was just saying, MOT.
How you guys doing?
All right, man. Doing all right.
Oh, go ahead, Renaissance. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to quickly say, MOT, when you listen to Tuberville talk, it's You could tell the guy has no business in politics. He's just saying pretty much he'll work with Trump, and that gets him by. You know how it works down in the deep south.
Oh yeah, man. It's real ridiculous like that. Hold on a second. Let me look at Mike Epps' race in Mississippi.
What's going on, man? Tomorrow.
What's going on, Wacky World old man? What's going on, man?
I'm doing good. What's going on, everybody else on the panel?
Chilling out. Yeah, man, we're
I'm paying attention to this race. And
Wacky World, what's up, baby?
Oh, what's going on, Nagone? What's up, bro? What's up? And peace. And what I predict is that as far as states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, right now, they saying that Trump is up in the polls right now, but it's going to take a few days.
Yeah, especially for Pennsylvania, it says.
Yeah, especially Pennsylvania, especially Michigan and Wisconsin, because it's taking some time for, I don't know, the process in these states is a little slower than other states. So I think once the ballot is fully counted in these states, I think Biden's going to win those 3 states: Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. I mean,
no, I was going to quickly add, they were saying, states like Florida, they have so much experience with, controversy and like having to count votes really quickly.
Boy. Yeah.
They got a system in place, and that's why they could come in so early versus, these other states, they really don't have the infrastructure in place, and I don't even know if they have the laws to let them start early on the count. So like I said earlier in the discussion, I think an election official in Michigan said they seriously doubt they'll even have a projection by tonight. So, which I mean, it's looking like it's 11:30 almost right here.
They ain't gonna have a projection by tonight. Nah, it's gonna take a couple of days. But was earlier today, I was kind of surprised in Texas because they was duking it out in Texas.
Oh yeah, like you got so many of those tech firms and people like that moving to Texas. You got people like that there. You got a large Hispanic population that's growing there. It's I mean, it's one of the first states. I guess not the first. I think California is already a majority minority state, but Texas isn't too far behind.
Yeah, that is a good point, especially when you have a lot of people from California is moving into Texas.
Yeah.
And
that's before Apple gets there or finish getting there.
Right.
Tesla, Elon Musk is putting that battery factory there.
Yeah, right now it's currently in because I do a lot of battery work for them out of where the fuck is that? Sparks, of all names of battery places. Sparks, Nevada, to the East Coast.
What a lot of people is predicting, as far as those who are hoping that Trump will win, they're predicting that what's going to happen tonight, or they're hoping what's may happen tonight would happen the same thing that happened in 2016 when Hillary had an early lead, and in the final minutes, boom, Trump had the lead. So a lot of people that's rooting for Trump, they're hoping that the same thing is going to happen this year. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, it's just that I'm invested in this shit being over. I mean, because the people who are Trump supporters, I'm gonna do a whole thing on that because I think that it's not about policies. It isn't about the businessman shit either, because we just found out this motherfucker's broke. So all the actual reasons for voting for this dude is out the fucking window, all of them. So it's like this dude is a cult of personality because it's not performance based. It's not the economy. It's definitely not these campaigns because nobody's black watching that type of shit anyway. Ain't nobody watching that dumbass shit. Him out there just going on he's a troll. Like, what does that have to do with it?
You know what, MOT? One thing that hit me, the people at least people who are black who support Trump, I think they fall in that archetype of people. If you know who Kwame Kilpatrick is,
Yes.
Yeah. I heard he's coming out of jail.
Yeah, and when that's what literally put it in my head when I saw that. I said, you know what? Trump has that same sort of archetype as he does. Charismatic, big dude, very flashy.
Here we go again with your mic going away, man. Hey, your mic went out.
Renaissance, we can't hear you. Your mic is out.
Renaissance, your mic is out. Your mic is gone.
But MT, saw an article where it says it's an increase of black male voters who voted for Trump.
Good.
Yeah.
I just want them to ask for some shit when they over there. I mean, because we know what the traditional Republicans, that tokenism, and when you ask them who they voted for, they want to be on this type of white man in a goddamn rural setting. Oh, everything's private. I'm like, okay, what are you doing over there, other than saying that it's both sides whenever you get caught without having a plan or discussing policy?
Okay.
Yeah. It's always both sides. Both sides are corrupt. Like that's not why you're over there. You're over there because you ain't got to take responsibility for shit while your ass is quote unquote over there. Nobody's stupid, man. And it's like, well, why don't you talk about your policies? Well, if your if your party don't do anything for its people, what the fuck I look like talking about policies to you? So you can just dismiss everything that I say. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's just where we at, man. It's
I mean, I have no problem with anybody utilizing their constitutional right to vote for whoever they want. But I had an issue with Maxine Waters when she was doing a radio interview stating that if Trump gets reelected, then the so-called black males who voted for Trump will pay some sort of recompense.
How?
That's what I want. That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. But the way I look at that, MOT, the way I look at that is that she's indirectly threatening these black males who vote.
How the fuck does she? Dude, she's never her name is like Nancy Pelosi. She can't help anybody outside of her fucking state, man.
Right.
She can't.
Correct. Right.
Yeah, she can't.
But the thing is, my thing is, why would she even just bring that type of energy and just put it on? That's just fucked up. Excuse my language.
I mean, it's a lot of people saying a lot of dumb shit, man. That think dumb shit. Don't say okay, how are you gonna hold black men to some type of account because your presidential candidate did not get elected? Okay, what are you gonna do? You're in California. How are you gonna be able to punish all men across wherever? How is that going to be able to happen? That's why I just don't even take them seriously, man, because there's nothing to take seriously. You're looking at, you're in California,
right? But I'm just saying I'm just saying that the thing is, if you are a congressperson, right, there's a certain type of integrity you're supposed to hold. So supposedly, quote unquote, if we're going to be politically correct about this, and it's that you just don't say dumb shit like that because you end up making yourself look stupid.
I guess are all race of people that you're actually fucking a part of.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, but there is a Trump derangement syndrome, but just not the kind that you think of, Starscream. Because like I said, once this guy leaves, and when he leaves the White House, whether it's now or 4 years from now, y'all gonna get a taste of what this shit is like before Trump was here. And you're gonna start seeing what everybody else was saying and why you're gonna be over there. And I think it's a good thing that I think it's a good thing that new people are over there. I just want them to ask for shit while they're over there, not just be over there on some troll shit. Because that's what it's currently turning into. Just being over there on some actual troll nonsense. Oh, finger in your face. Okay, who you gonna date? BW? All right, man. You still dating them, but somehow you over there, and it's like, okay, they keep throwing up this mythical conservative NAWALT that's somehow different in feminism than the one that's over here. But it's like it's very strange that they can't point to anything that their conservative women have done for them over there. Very strange. What's going on, Judge Zilla?
Hey, what's up, MLT? Listen, I'm not that smart.
Oh
Can
boy.
can you explain Virginia to me?
What the electoral politics?
Well, it appears to me by looking at through my stupid eyes that the vote went to Donald Trump, but the state went to Biden. I'm not sure how that happened.
What? Hold on a second. Let me
Look at
pull up
the
that
num-
map.
look-
Oh, no, I see what's no. So what happened is they've called Virginia for Biden, but Trump is up vote wise, and what that is essentially, I'm thinking is that
Okay, I can tell
just
you.
based on the
Yeah.
go just
The
based on the
biggest county. Yeah, like what it is, and in those situations, Judge, is just that the smaller counties who don't have a problem with voting get counted immediately, and it's not enough that's going to be able to overtake the big counties that definitely ain't fucking with Trump. Period.
Okay. All right.
So he had to have performed overly, exceedingly well in the rural areas to even have a shot at those bigger counties.
Okay. All right. I'll accept that. I'll explain what I was saying in the chat as well. Is my reasoning, right? To give the reasoning of why I was saying what I was saying. North Carolina has 15 electoral votes, right? Electoral votes. And Pennsylvania has 20 electoral votes, right?
All right.
So that's
All right,
35.
hold on. All right, let me put that map back up. Share screen. This one. Boom. Here we go. All right. Got the map up. And I can change it. So.
Right. So that's that.
I think this will end up being the map, by the way.
Right. It'll be a shame if that's the thing is by what's reported now, it doesn't look like he's going to take it, and that's why I'm saying those 35 votes are the big swingers, because taking your base map the way you had it before, right?
Yeah.
Again, the Arizona going blue, it's a shocker, but it's only 11. Iowa going blue instead of red, that's 6. You see what I'm saying? But Michigan going red is 15. You see what I'm saying? So it's the number of those electoral votes. When you do the electoral math, that's why I'm saying that focus, that focus between the difference of those. And again, it looks like at this point in time that Pennsylvania is going to go red, which I wouldn't have thought either. But
no, I mean, he went Pennsylvania plus the rest of this map. This shit's over. Unless hold on a second. Let's do Pennsylvania red. And he went. I mean, if he went North Carolina, shit's over anyway. But boom, then that means Trump slightly wins.
Yes. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing the electoral math, and I'm like, because again, the smart person, right? It's like if you've ever played a strategy game of Risk, right? Why are you going to focus all your efforts on low electoral states when the smart play is to focus on as many large number of electoral states that you can get to float over, right? You can't get California, you can't get New York, but these other ones can be in play.
Yeah.
Texas, Texas was much closer than I anticipated it being. It was much closer than I anticipated it
Have
being.
they called Texas yet?
Yet. No.
But it's 4.5. It's 4.5%. 75% of the vote in, 4.5%. So you know what I mean? That's beyond margin of error.
Yeah, Trump is going to win Florida and Texas. He's going to win those two.
Oh, sure.
I thought, I thought he was going to lose Florida. I thought he was going to lose Florida with the large amount of Hispanics that live in Florida.
Like they say this, the swing states, and I get why they're saying focus on those type of swing states and everything, but again, primarily you focus on the big electoral states that you can do, and then secondarily at the back end focus on the swing states to bring them over. But when you're focusing, that's why at the back end you can't see them focusing on these little electoral states, because it's not cost efficient for success, right? Efforts that you're putting to turn those over, right? Like say for instance he was able to turn over Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. Well, that's only 22, right? If he turns Florida, that's one state he has to turn over, and he completely nullifies those. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a whole lot more of an efficient process, and that's why I say when I was looking at it earlier, assuming that Biden will get Pennsylvania, that's why it's my estimation that as NC goes, because of those 15 electoral votes, that's as the election will go. If Biden loses Pennsylvania, he's done. He's out of the water.
Oh yeah, he's done. Oh my God.
But if that's why I'm saying that is the decider state as far as I'm looking at it right now from the numbers.
Yeah, it's Pennsylvania this time.
Well, Pennsylvania is like I said, I'm assuming he's going to take that. So the thing is North Carolina, and that looks like it's going to Trump. So it looks like it looks like this was a really close race, but
Okay, well let me show you what it looks like right now. Let me show you what it looks like right now. This is CNN shit right now. Come on, man. CNN. Come on.
No, I have it up on the other screen.
Yeah. So you see what I'm saying? So
yeah. But I have both your old one up and then the current one as it stands, and then
yeah. But if he loses Pennsylvania and North Carolina, this shit's over.
Oh, it's definitely done. If he loses Pennsylvania, I think it's done. And that's what I'm saying. I think the hinge pin for deciding this is North Carolina. With even shockingly, he shockingly seems to have turned Arizona, which is again 11 electoral votes, and again I think that needs to be recognized. Like Arizona's never been blue, ever.
You might as well give Trump North Carolina, because it's North Carolina has a 94% reporting.
I know.
You might as well give him North Carolina.
That's what I'm saying.
Pennsylvania we have to wait for. Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, we're gonna have to wait for that. That's going to take some time. It's not going to be tonight. We're not going to get the numbers for Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan tonight. We're not. But Trump got North Carolina.
This is much closer than I anticipated.
And just like you, Judge, I'm surprised that Biden is winning in Arizona. I'm shocked at that. I thought that would be like an automatic bid for Trump in Arizona.
Yeah, me too.
As much as people were showing out for Trump stuff, yes. And again, Arizona has never been blue. Never.
Exactly. Never. Yeah, you're right about that. Never. Never.
And yes, it's not over yet, but 73% in, and there's an 8.5% difference. Like I just can't assume that a huge influx of fucking of red votes are just going to come in excess of blue votes.
I think Clinton took Arizona in 92.
Did he?
I think he took it in 92 or either 96. I think he took it in one.
All right, hold on. Let me look at the Clinton maps.
Let me see. Arizona goes blue.
Boom. All right.
Oh, yep. It was Bill Clinton. It did go blue. I'm sorry. I stand corrected. It's only blue one time. So you're absolutely right, Nagone. You're absolutely right.
Yep.
Holy shit! He took Montana. First, 1992. He took Montana. He took Georgia. He took Tennessee.
You look at
Louisiana.
What? You looking at the 96 map, right?
No, the 92 map.
The 92 map. Okay.
He won. The 92 map.
That 96 map. He took everything.
Yeah.
We go. Yeah. 1992. In 1992, he took Arkansas, Louisiana, Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, West Virginia.
Yeah, he took all that.
And Montana.
Yeah, he took all that shit.
Wow, that's crazy.
Take a look at that. Take a look at his 96 map.
Okay,
when he got reelected, that shit's even sicker.
Oh, hold on a second. Let me
take a look at that 96 map.
Okay, let me show that 92 map so that way people can know what I'm looking at. Boom. That was his 1992 map.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Let's stop.
Pull up that 96 map, fam. Pull up that 96 map.
All right, cool.
Damn, a Democrat taking Louisiana.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Louisiana, Georgia, Tennessee, and Kentucky.
People were making money, boy.
And Arkansas.
People were making money during
they were.
During the Clinton era, boy. That was that was a great era.
Until that tech bubble, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the tech bubble burst, man. But when he had that shit pumping.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Damn, that shit look woof. Man, boy, he ran it. Oh, shit. Yeah.
I don't know if you have that map in front of you, but he looked like he ran the motherfucking table, fam.
I am looking at it, but I don't think that's 1996 map.
Yeah, that 1996 map was ill. I mean, he beat Bob Dole. He beat the brakes.
Stop, man.
Yeah. He beat Bob Dole like he had his good hand tied behind his back.
Sure enough, Boogie.
His good hand instead of his wood hand.
Boom. Look at that. Yeah.
Beat him like a stove.
And I don't remember anything specific about Bob Dole having a horrible campaign.
That was
379 to 159. Ooh.
Yeah, he beat the brakes off him, fam. Take a look at that map.
But if Ross Perot wasn't in the race, damn, that's 8 million fucking votes, man. He probably would have.
That's true.
Probably would have.
Listen.
Shit probably would have been closer.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, that is true. Ross Perot did. Yeah, that is that's a spanner in the ring. That's a spanner in the mix. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, and the real deal was, you know, Perot wasn't going to win that shit anyway. I don't see why he was even running because he definitely wasn't going to beat the president. And you know,
No,
Well,
but Perot was the
we
reason
can't
why
say
they
that.
came up with the.
We can't say that. Who's our president right now?
nah, but
Yeah.
I'm talking about back in the days when shit was a little more normal than this that we got going on now.
So hold on. In '96,
Well, Ross Perot's mistake is he ran as independent. If he would have tagged on with the Republicans, he might have had a shot.
yo, but in '96, Clinton took California, New York, and Florida. Damn.
He wasn't going to beat the.
That motherfucker wasn't playing, man.
No. The economy was too good, man. The economy was too good, man. The economy was too good. There was no way he was going to beat him. This wasn't going to happen. You know, they tried to fuck a bill over a blowjob and all that bullshit. But at the end of the day, that came.
But look, I mean, but that's
that
the
budget
shit
surplus did do a lot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But the economy
pockets were flowing. Pockets were flowing. And,
yeah, people were getting paid. Man, I was on Wall Street at the time. Shit was flowing, you know, 30, 40 G's a month. That shit was just dropping. That shit was dropping like manna from heaven. You know, like, what the fuck? That was over easy, no problem.
Yeah, no, that's I hadn't considered the budget surplus.
The budget surplus.
One of the only fiscal surpluses that we've experienced in my lifetime.
Economy was bumping. Forget about it.
Actually, the actual numbers for Pennsylvania does not include Philadelphia and Pittsburgh.
Okay, so I mean, it's still a hard climb, though.
Yeah, it's 400,000 fucking votes.
That's what I'm saying. I'm okay. Again, right? Assuming, right? So, like, that's
So,
what
like,
I get
like
that.
this is what the map currently looks like. Hold on, let me go.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania. Boom. Let me share the Pennsylvania map.
Right.
Pennsylvania. Boom. And they still haven't counted all the early voting ballot shit anywhere. They haven't.
Okay. All right. Because it's not looking. That's all I'm saying.
Not looking promising, man.
Yeah, that's a problem. That is a big fucking problem right there.
I mean, that's a lot of fucking red, man.
Well, yeah, that's
because
a lot of fucking red. Yeah.
This is Wilkes-Barre.
Yeah. Lackawanna
right
County,
here.
Scranton.
Yeah.
Scranton, Kingston. I live there.
Yeah. But this is just this shit right here, and they still got a lot of votes to count. So.
Yeah, we actually look. Actually, MOT, we may have met and not realized it. You know what I did when I was in Pennsylvania, right?
What was that?
I fixed and repaired over the road truck tires.
Oh, nice.
So we may have met but not realized it. And that shit sucks in the winter in Pennsylvania. I'll tell you that.
Oh, yes, it does. Man, I was up. Shit. I had to fucking call a wrecker out because I didn't have enough momentum to go up a fucking hill, and my shit was sliding sideways. Yeah, man, that shit wasn't cool at all, man.
I try to tell people. I try to tell people there are no worse roads. I've been a lot of places in this fucking country. There are no worse roads than Pennsylvania roads. I'm telling the people. They don't understand.
Hey, man, like especially on the fucking state highways after the fucking snow. Fuck out of here, man. It's horrible.
There are no fucking worse roads than Pennsylvania. I've been a lot of fucking places in this country. They are fucking horrible.
I know.
Like
Oh, there you go.
literally, people. It looks like people are driving drunk because they're just avoiding fucking potholes.
Nah, man, those shits are big, man. Big and surprisingly, like not big, not small.
Yeah.
So
if they're not big wide, they're fucking ridiculously unimaginably deep for some fucking reason.
you can have that shit like some oh shit. Actually, the truck stop and hold on a second. It's a Petro. It's right off 81, right before you hit 84. That motherfucker has some goddamn moon spots in that motherfucking bitch, man. I'm talking about deep ass recognizable fucking craters, man.
It makes no sense. It
Like-
makes no the two things that make no sense about, like, and I can specifically say about that area, right, Lackawanna County. There's two things that specifically make no sense, right? Well, three things actually. The potholes, the number of pizza joints on a single road, and
Oh yeah,
the number of bars on a single road make absolutely no fucking sense.
yeah, and the fact that you just can't go to a fucking gas station to get some beer.
Yes.
Crazy fucking dumb shit.
There's a beer store, a liquor and wine store, and they can't be associated with anything. Although you can buy. Here's the fucking crazy thing about that. This is how crazy it is. They have beer stores, they have liquor and wine stores, right? They can't like beer stores can't sell liquor and wine can't sell beer. Neither of them can be sold in like a grocery store or anything like that, right? Or quick
Yeah.
right? Or a Turkey Hill is mostly what's over there. So
Yeah, Turkey Hill. Yeah.
So, but what you can do, right, is you can go into these pizza joints and buy alcohol, but you can only buy a six-pack at a time. So what you can do is you can buy a six-pack, leave, put it in your vehicle, come back in, buy another six-pack.
Hey, Judge.
Dude, I saw people doing that. I was like, what the fuck is going on here?
Hey man, here's the other thing, man. That whole beer to go shit, man, them dudes was charging like $9 for like Budweiser, man. I'm like,
man.
what the fuck, man?
Yes.
Cold-blooded bullshit, man.
That was the most crazy, ridiculous shit I had ever seen. Like, you understand this makes no fucking sense, right?
Not at all, man. It's like okay, you go from Ohio on I-80 and you enter Pennsylvania, and you're fucked in the game, man. All of a sudden, I'm talking about Ohio. Like there's a Flying J there, and the moment you step into Pennsylvania, diesel just went up by 65 fucking cents just because you went over the fucking border.
Yeah.
No fucking sense that shit makes.
Yeah. And tobacco too.
Yeah.
Just because. Just because. Yeah, no,
Man,
it's fucking like Pennsylvania is a fucking trip. Pennsylvania is a fucking trip.
And especially like since most of that area is like red, you would think that those people would have banded together and stopped having alcohol and shit sold like that, but they haven't, man.
No.
They have not stopped that shit.
Corruption and graft is going on a lot of other places. No. To be fair, I've only been to New Orleans, so I haven't been all over Louisiana. But I hear historically and even today is pretty bad.
Different types of corruption, man. You know.
But you can literally just look around Pennsylvania and know that you're being robbed.
Yeah.
You can just look around Pennsylvania and just know that you're being robbed. Like you know that they said that they raised the money to fix the roads, and none of the roads have been fixed in 25 fucking years, except for patching over. Like, son of a bitch, like, fuck.
I still can't believe I still can't believe John Hickenlooper won that race. I thought he would lose by 3 percentage points. I mean, because Cory Gardner is a fucking incumbent, man. He's out there, like out there.
I can't get people to understand the concept of voting out incumbents. So I stopped trying. And then you can't really make that. You can't make that. You can't make that argument this time. Again, I want to vote out the incumbent, but I'm replacing him with a 50-year incumbent. Again, like it's like this is another horrible fucking candidate. Just a horrible fucking candidate. And his vice president selection. They're horrible fucking candidate. Like I said in the chat, like when she was doing that fucking speech that Mike was showing, on George Floyd's funeral. Number one, which one? Because he had like 6. But number 2,
oh my god, I didn't even attempt to watch any of that shit, man. I'm like, man, man, cause I'm not gonna watch that shit like on some Nipsey Hussle shit. I didn't.
But number 2. Now you care about black men being killed by the police? Because you damn sure didn't when you were a prosecutor.
Nah, you didn't. You were locking them motherfuckers up wholesale, man.
Hey, and not only were you locking them up wholesale, when they actually were eligible for release, you kept them in there for free slave labor.
Yeah, for these fucking big ass companies and shit, man. Yeah.
For the firefighting companies. Of
That
which
too.
they got money for.
Yeah.
So they kept them in prison to use them to fight fires while they were receiving dividends for fighting federal dividends for fighting the fires. Like, come on, fucking, you're the wrong. It's not that I disagree with this law, but you are the wrong person to put on the face of this law. Put fucking Cory Booker up here. You don't deserve to be up here. That's the thing. I want that law to pass. And it's ridiculous with having to pull out somebody's heart to qualify it as a lynching. Absolutely, but that poison pill bullshit. But you should not be the face of this fucking bill. Cory Booker, like, your history with fucking black men is horrible. Get out of there.
Like why the fuck couldn't it be Cory Booker, man? Like, why these bitches got to be talking for us, man? Well, get your fucking move. No, you do not talk. You do not talk.
Fuck, man. What are you gonna do?
All right, man. Let me go to my map of projection. This right here, because what people don't understand, they haven't counted all the fucking early. All that shit, and this may be one of those cases where they try to pull that Bush v. Gore shit, and people are gonna fucking revolt because you got to count the fucking votes, man. You can't be on some fucking bullshit. Motherfuckers voted. You got to be able to. And after this time, Judge, they should fire and revamp because they only poll motherfuckers with actual telephones at home, man. It's a flawed fucking system.
That's what I was, a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about this, I'm like, but what's changed to make it different than the last time that they were so wrong? And again, it's tilted again. This is also tilted again because the states that are going to report first. So it always looks like the Democrat has a better chance or a better shot or is running better than they are because of how the reporting is, the methods of reporting.
All right. Now you see why they reported it like that, Judge?
Right.
For Virginia.
Yeah, just hover over it again. Okay. All right.
And they still haven't counted Fairfax County yet.
All right. That makes
Which means the motherfuckers will get destroyed.
That makes more sense to me. It's just like that, but it was confusing to me. Like, is that just a thumb on the fucking scale? Like, it doesn't make sense by the numbers that were available.
Yeah.
I am amazed that fucking Arizona is going blue. I really am shocked.
Nah, it's gonna be like that. Like it's supposed to be 2024 when they start losing Texas.
Like, I would have thought Arizona would have been one of the stalwarts last to hold out.
Nah, I don't think so, man. Like
a lot of transplants still, but
like
yeah.
that California shit. But that California shit is, that California is really fucking up the game everywhere because all the motherfuckers in California, so they legalized weed, they came out there, then the motherfuckers going to Texas because of the tech jobs, and they're like, went to Arizona because of fucking real estate prices among everything else.
Well,
hey, do y'all do medicinal marijuana there or
yeah.
I ain't fuck with that.
Yeah, you can get a card. But it's not just California. It's California, it's Illinois, it's New York, it's New Jersey.
Oh shit.
It's from all the blues. It's from all the blues. Minnesota. It's from all the blues. They come in. They all come in from the blues. We get some from the Reds too, but it's like you run into people all over from that are running from their own blue states that want to turn the states that want to bring those politics that they're running from here. And I'm fine with the social. I'm fine with the social policies. I'm horrified by the economic policies most of the time.
I'm so glad that there's so many people who don't know anything about politics except for these 4 to 8 years, and how shocked and surprised they're going to be after this shit's over with.
Well, like you guys said earlier, if all the votes are counted and Gore comes out successful, what does the country look like? That how is the country different than it is now?
Nah, it would be way different because no Iraq War, no 9/11,
no Afghanistan, no Afghanistan.
Yeah. No, none of that shit.
Hey, we might have an infrastructure that doesn't qualify as a D.
Yeah, I mean, like Gore would have came in, he would have did all that shit. I mean, we would be the solar capital. We would be doing all that other shit.
Right. Let's just think about it. Think about it. 20 years worth of funding war. 20 years.
Yeah.
And how that percentage of GDP used internally, like everybody else gets to do, every other first world country gets to do. Every other first world country gets to spend their shit internally.
Yeah, I knew these people weren't gonna be on for long. You got the street conservative doing election results when he never covered any debate, any. It just shows you how dumb these niggas are, man. It's like you are obsessed with being represented by the wrong fucking people. Obsessed with being represented by the wrong fucking people.
But that's all right. But that's all right. The name of the channel will change next month, and it'll be something else.
Nah, man. It depends, man. Because
well, tell me I'm wrong, man. How many?
Because
how many names has that channel had this year?
5. I mean, but you have to understand, man. Like, these are the same niggas who say they respect niggas hustles and shit. I don't respect that shit, nigga. I don't give a fuck about you changing your name 5 fucking times, bro. Fuck out of here. Like, and it's on some political grift type shit too. It's like on some. You was talking white supremacy 5 minutes ago. Now you voted for the party that just told white supremacy to stand back and stand by. No soul, man. Dude, you can't fucking it up, bro. He stole Ty City's whole shit. Everything he talked about was 100% Ty City's talking point. All of it. And it's like, so what the fuck is it? Okay, who are these traditional street conservative women? Hoes?
I'm saying, I am literally drawing a blank to try to put somebody who is a street conservative woman. Well, what's the I guess it's supposed to be. What's her name? With that crown on her chest.
What? Crown
Danica, that crown tattoo on her chest. Danica something or other.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, like that's. I'm trying to figure it. I am trying to figure out like what would be the counterpart, a street conservative woman.
No, actually, you know what? That is correct. That chick that GC actually interviewed and Obsidian was hyping for a while. Yes, her. Like, man, I don't know, man. Like, urban women disgust me on all levels because I know the level of fucking unearned dick that they've had in their life. So why the fuck would I even fuck with somebody who had that type of background? Fuck all that. Nah, man. I'm good, man. I'm good. I don't give a fuck how you look. You will be replaced. Your ass have been replaced. I don't give a fuck. I'm not gonna bring anybody who look like that around me, man. Nah.
Well, but that's again. You see, you say you will be replaced, and again, isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing how 40 and 50-year-old women don't get that? 40 and 50-year-old women don't get that after you've been ran through dick and your shit is old and gravity has taken its fucking purchase upon you, that every day new 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds and 20-year-olds and 22-year-olds are being minted every
For
day.
real, man.
Millions.
And it's like they don't understand. They already want to be with us. Man, man, when I go other places, man, like I don't have these. Like,
yes,
dude, like
they do not want to go to dates. They do, like, unfortunately for the younger cats. Look, sorry, they want resources and they don't want to go to steak. They don't want to go to dates at the soup kitchen. Like, so people who have money and have ability and have some status, they like why are we pretending like we didn't see this shit in high school?
Like, bro, listen, man. Like, most of these dudes do not understand. These dudes are here because they want company. That's why they're giving you all this dumbass fucking advice, because they want company. And just watch because they're out of material, right? They're everybody's out of material. COVID have exhausted them for material.
Yeah.
They put out every single thing that they possibly could over this time period. And once this shit's over, SYSBM and not really fucking around with these people is going to take off like a motherfucker. And it's just, ayo, how would the Biden-Harris presidency affect us? No presidency affects you. The only thing that affects you is the Supreme Court decisions, and I'm not going to explain those to you. You have to go to your favorite recent conservative grifter to tell you stupid shit to get you to believe in shit that don't exist. Yeah, I don't do that. I had that conversation today on the phone with somebody who tried to play like he didn't know what malicious was, but the word Antifa came out of his mouth. I'm like, okay, dude, this conversation's over.
Yeah. A quick answer to that shit is this. Okay, look. It doesn't. Lobbyists dictate. Lobbyists dictate on behalf of corporations and people that have a huge amount of fucking money. Again,
And they sell it out for less amounts of money than you can exchange.
That is how Nancy Pelosi is somehow magically worth $500 million, and how Mitch McConnell is magically worth close to that himself.
Nah, he gotta be worth way more than that, bro.
I don't know exactly what his worth is, but again, that is why they get paid $220,000 a year, but they spend that on 2 weeks vacation, and that is why I say
trying to figure out without buying ass, how the fuck is that possible?
Oh shoot, that place that she stayed at in Hawaii, like she no holds barred. That was like a $10,000 a night suite.
What's going on for $10,000 a night?
I know what better be going on.
What? Yeah.
Like again, I say it often, but maybe not often enough. You want to solve all this? It's really fucking easy. There's 4 huge accounting companies that can do it. 560 odd forensic persons assigned for forensics accountings.
No, 535.
535. Issues of forensic accounting, and you will clean this shit out. Quite simply. And that's why I say, if you're not going to do that, then just vote out the incumbent. Like I said, again, that doesn't work in this scenario, because the incumbent that you're voting out, though he may not be my favorite person either, you're just replacing him with another incumbent.
Oh my God!
He's just an incumbent that took a 4-year break.
Judge, breaking news.
Oh.
Absentee ballots in Milwaukee won't be reported until after 5 a.m. Eastern Time, officials say. Oh shit!
Interesting. It's crazy. How does California? What's crazy is all of those states are 2 to 3 hours ahead of the West Coast states that have already reported.
Yeah.
You had a 3-hour fucking head start. 3 hours head start. This is
you ever watch the Beavis and Butthead episode?
This is literally a tallying task.
But Judge, you ever watch the Beavis and Butthead episode when they tried to buy beer from the fucking store and they were like, we left our IDs in the truck. Like, get the fuck out. Man, your niggas are 11. What are you talking about? You left your ID in the fucking truck, man.
Yeah. Golly, in this country, that this shit is this ridiculous. There's no excuse for it. There's literally no excuse for it. There's no excuse for how it can be easier to vote in Greece. It's easier to vote in Greece.
Shit. When I was in Germany 5 years ago, man, that shit was easy as fuck to vote. Well, at least for them.
Right.
And well, hell, at least for me on base too. Shit. I went there, I knew the shit was, dropped the shit, counted. That's where it was. It wasn't no fucking bullshit. Especially not in that fucking country, man. Because I was over there for like a military contract that I probably shouldn't have taken. But yeah, man, you voted and the shit was over with. I mean, shit was not. I mean, this shit is complicated for a fucking reason, man.
Yes, yes.
Holy shit!
Well, it's like
Wait, Judge. Oregon voted to decriminalize hard drugs. Wow.
That's what I'm about. It's the weirdest fucking thing. I tell people, I'm for legalized drugs, all of them.
Me too.
I'm for legalized prostitution, all of
Me
it
too.
for adults. Adults. You have to be an adult. Drugs for adults. Again, I'm for legalized gambling for adults. And somehow I'm still
I think like as
referenced
soon as you turn
as
21, man, that you don't have to worry about this shit no more, dude.
well, but those are my three hard policies, right? Right, and the non-aggression principle, right? And minimize minimum.
What's a non-aggression principle? What's that?
Non-aggression principle basically says that you have the right to defend yourself if you're aggressed upon by another. That the government.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's basically saying that the government should exist for national defense and enforcement of contracts.
All right. Well,
so, non-aggression principle, minarchism, right? And somehow I still get called a conservative with those positions, with those leanings. Well, you should
no. Actually, you'll be called like a Wayne Allen Root fucking libertarian.
I'm not a conservative. Yeah, but they're closer to what. No, they're not.
Conservatives don't believe in legalizing drugs, and you know why? Because they affect one group of people and not theirs, or at least that's the way it used to be.
That's the way they think it. That's the way they presented it before. Except black people and brown people haven't fallen for these new drugs. The last 20 years worth of drugs, black people and brown people haven't been falling for them. Meth, opiates, right?
Well,
it's not black and brown
all
people.
Right, man. So we got like a libertarian.
Yeah.
All right, man. So we got like a real live libertarian in the chat who's not full of shit. So I'm gonna get John Tool's clutch up here, so that way he can give us the clutchiest explanation of what he's got going on with the libertarians. All right, I dropped the link, man, so that way we can get him up here. I mean, man, because like most of these non-policy discussion conservatives, man, I can't talk to them, man. Listen, if Oregon voted to decriminalize all drugs, that should have been the move. Treat it like a health problem. I don't understand what the problem is here.
I don't understand why there's such a big disconnect. Well, you can have multiple strengths and variations of alcohol, and to think that you can't do the same thing with anything else that's an intoxicant.
Yeah, like I don't get the shit, man. I'm like, it don't make no fucking sense. I don't understand it. Yeah, Zantos, what's going on, man?
Yo, you guys can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can.
Hey, what's good, everyone? What's good? I figure you all probably need a bit of flavor, or at least diverse opinions on what's going on tonight. I've been monitoring this. You guys don't get it. As someone from Washington, D.C., I see this shit like Christmas, New Year's, the FIFA, Olympics, and the Super Bowl all wrapped into one. So you know me, I was not going to miss this for the world, especially something as hyped up as this. And as far as that's concerned, I can give you the analysis right now. I am not here to boost up Trump or especially not boost up Biden. And I'll be real. I was going to vote libertarian. I said to myself, you know what? Let Biden or whoever, Biden, if he can pick freaking, Elizabeth Warren or someone that doesn't talk cat shit about black men or has policies against black men, I would have just voted libertarian and just kept it pushing. But no, he had picked Kamala. If he loses this election, that would be one of the main reasons.
I don't argue with that. I don't argue with that.
Alongside that, you also have the Midwest vote, obviously. And why am I saying the Midwest vote? Well, didn't they lose all the jobs? They probably may have lost jobs. I mean, the Black Ring Trust has done stories in which they've lost all sorts of jobs in agriculture and industry and factories and that sort of thing. And then I get it. You know what? a lot of these people within the Rust Belt Midwest, when they don't have anything to lose, well, actually, this is just a saying in general. When, okay, Biden just won Minnesota, breaking news. So give him one. Yeah, so that's 10 more electoral votes. And I'm going to tell you the reason why Biden was able to win Minnesota. And this is going to be something that I'll have to concede to people on the left. When you have one European reject piece of shit cop who goes after a black man with excessive force to the point where at best it is considered an act of a police state, and at worst it is considered an act of white supremacy, of course you're going to get people to be more sympathetic towards the left. Yep. That is the only reason why Minnesota was not competitive. If that wasn't the case, if that wouldn't have happened, if the person who would have gotten shot or choked by the police was someone of a more questionable character, like your Freddie Grays and Michael Browns, oh yeah, Minnesota, we'd still be waiting for Minnesota results. Trust me, the hearts and minds are what really determines what people voted at the end of the day. It's about, and I know I'm trying to make as much sense as I can, but if you guys can give me some time, I can definitely elaborate this a bit more. The reason why we have Minnesota called for Joe Biden, while Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania are not. And right now, the facts say that Donald Trump is in the lead. And with how many percent? You have 94% in Ohio. Actually, Fox actually called Ohio, but the others have not. But as far as the rest of these states, one, you have cases. Well, actually, you had cases of Hot Girl Summer 2020. And this time it wasn't led by the hot girls. It was led by their baby's kids. And by their baby's kids, I mean those who were looting and rioting. I'm not talking about the ones who were peacefully protesting. No, they're cool. But it was the rioters who basically...
Yeah, it looked like Trump got North Carolina because it's 95% reporting. And I is 50 to 48.7. I don't see how the next 5% is going to help Biden out. Florida, Biden loses that too. North Carolina. Okay.
But just to summarize what I'm saying, the Rust Belt Midwest, they are going to vote for 3 of these states will vote for Trump on the basis of law and order, because when you have nothing else left to lose, you lose it. And people at this part of the country, when it comes to dealing with blacks, they are tribal as fuck. I'm just saying. This isn't Minnesota where it's like, you get the snow bunnies and the swirling and the snow, freaking Solo TV and King Sigma rolling in the snow all day. That's Minneapolis. Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, a lot of people don't play that. Maybe except in the college towns like Columbus or Madison. But other than that, a lot of people are like, look, we'll tolerate you Negroes, but you screw up, you even light a matchbox.
Are you fucking kidding me? Mississippi approves of a new state flag without the Confederate emblem. Yep, the fucking magnolia. I knew it. One of the worst trees I've ever ran across on the face of the planet that produces nothing.
I'll tell you what
it produces. It leaves like plastic.
It produces constant dead leaves. That's what it produces.
It does. It does.
It's like,
and the magnolia can't even be used for anything.
Yeah.
I mean, it cannot be like there's like magnolia flower powder. Nothing. It's used for nothing.
You can't get high off of it. What's the use? I mean, it's a pretty tree, but it's a nice for a shade tree. That I'll give. But other than that,
yeah.
I won't say how I know by experience because that would probably dox me. But whatever.
But explain to me this, Thanatos. Why do I keep getting called a conservative?
Here is Mississippi's new state flag.
Seriously, you a conservative?
Boom.
You?
There we go. Mississippi has a new state flag, and it has. I think the magnolia as a flower is way more disturbing as the Confederate battle flag. You gotta put why not put like a pecan tree or some shit? Something that is yeah. It's like
that you can turn something into, you can make something delicious out of.
Yeah, it has a track record. The magnolia tree has a track record of during ice storms, downing power lines and making everybody's lives a living hell because you can't cut it down because it's state property.
State property.
Even yeah. So what assholes used to do is they used to plant magnolia trees all over people's yards because they grow fairly fucking quickly, and they'd be like, "Look, we have all this shade to fuck with because look at all this state property that you can't cut down."
That's fucked up.
I know, man. And if you plant them, because their roots go so sporadic into the ground because the tree grows so fucking fast, right? It's like before I Am Groot, there was like the magnolia tree.
Oh, well, I mean, look, I'm happy that, okay, you're not celebrating the losing side of a war anymore. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy.
This is worse.
Because
you choose a flower that don't produce shit.
Look, because to be completely fair about it, I've always been confused over that. Like, yes, but where else do they celebrate the losers of a war? But okay, nonetheless, all right.
That was a badass looking flag, though, man. Let's be honest.
I mean, it looked all right on orange.
I mean, but what probably won him over is this whole "in God we trust" shit at the bottom of. Just bring back the Confederate flag, man. Just bring it back.
Yeah,
what the fuck is this dirty man? What is this dirty tin shit on the side of it? The fuck is the yellow? Oh my god! This. Why not use the actual cotton? Why not? Actually, that probably would have been worse. Never mind.
I could. No pun intended, but I could see how that could go south pretty quickly.
Oh yeah. Oh my god.
Remember the South Park episode about the flag? But now he has a smile on his face, so it's all right, right?
Oh man. Hey, this shit is smoking.
Damn, Johnny Ernst is going to be back in the Senate. Wow. Shocker.
Let me see. What are the other policies that won tonight? Let me look. Let me look at the first policy that I care about the most: marijuana.
Holy shit!
Oh,
Xanatos, what are you doing, man? That's not how we do politics in the manosphere. Policies.
Probably go policy first. You want to talk about gay people? Sorry, man.
Like you don't look at policies and then look at who voted for them and who voted against them. That's not how you choose that's not how you choose the politicians that you want to back. What the hell are you doing?
Well, there aren't a lot of politicians. See, Dre, Judge, still, there are a lot of politicians that got a big ass though. So what else can I work with?
Like, I mean, come on, man. You choose your politicians by who has the best hot sauce, where they keep it, if they can or can't do the Dougie. If you know for sure that they have at least one black friend.
Yeah.
The
look on Hillary Clinton's face with that fucking Texas Pete. I'm like,
you know for sure that a politician's not a bigoted, racist, or prejudiced if they sexually harassed at least one woman of color.
Boom.
Oh yeah. Well, whichever politician has the best true international pressure, I mean, I guess you got to give it that.
Like, come on, man. Policies and who voted for them. What are you doing?
Oh, yeah, I led with Oregon voted to decriminalize all drugs.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Decriminalize all drugs.
Of course that's happening.
All of the data, all the studies, and all the information says it. A percentage of your population is going to be addicted to intoxicants, right? It's gonna happen. But just because they're all legal, again, just like alcohol is legal in many different percentages and grades and flavors, right? Magically, not everybody's an alcoholic. Alcoholism is a very small percentage of the population. Why do we think that this can't be applied to any other intoxicant out there? It makes no fucking sense.
Dude, marijuana is winning tonight. Seriously. Buy marijuana starts because looking at the policies, I know that's a lame thing to say, even though if it's marijuana hood conservatives smoke weed every day. I was like, oh, that's shit lame. Well, listen up. All right,
so what states? What states?
All right, so down the list, there's like let's just start with the state that disapprove fake medical use. Fake medical use, what the fuck? Anyway, Mississippi, fake medical use, apparently it's 26% approved. So Arizona, adult use, Prop 207, it's in the lead with 60%. Mississippi, real medical use, approved 74%. Montana, they're
Mississippi got medical. What? Mississippi?
Yeah.
Medical marijuana, even though they got this big ass place outside of Mississippi State that grows nothing but orchards of fucking. Oh, all right, okay. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see Mississippi. Sheesh. Montana, they're leaning towards approve. And no surprise. Oregon, they're just decriminalizing everything. South Dakota, they're approving. Okay, no surprise.
Oh shit! All right, SD.
And New Jersey, and also
New Jersey.
Freaking New Jersey. Bada bing, bada boom. We're gonna approve.
Jersey.
So New Jersey is going to be Gym 10 laundry burn.
Yeah. Oh my god. The niggas are gonna be burning down Camden tonight.
Hey, New Jersey, it's gonna be one night where the niggas and the Guidos, after we get along, they're gonna be just smoking it up and shit.
Like, you know what, brother? I'm sorry about everything I've did over the last half a century.
Like one night where the Italians and the blacks don't act like a Spike Lee movie.
Yeah.
Only New Jersey. Though. You gotta be in New Jersey, not Long Island, New York, and but
the mafia is just looking at each other and just rubbing their hands like the Birdman shit. Like, yeah. Time to kill some customers.
Yo, we back in business, Finny.
told you. I told you. You owe me.
I told you we shouldn't move to see Caucus.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Wow.
It's like I said, my leanings. I like that happened in Arizona, except the fact that I cannot stand this fucking smell of marijuana.
Yeah, like nobody said that they like the smell of
Yeah.
marijuana. It's almost like saying that you like cows, but what you like more than cows is the smell of cow patties.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one says that.
That shit is so sensitive to my nose. My nose is so sensitive to that shit. Like, God damn it.
Shit, whatever policies we got here. We got some others. Yep, recreational marijuana legalized in New Jersey. Already covered that.
Oh shit. This is the time I get myself to get off here. So y'all have a great night and
All right, cool, man.
Happy Civil War Eve.
What? Civil War?
Happy Eve of the Apocalypse.
Like what random act of violence was supposed to spread across the country again, like the T virus?
Look. All I can do, I can't tell you. All I can do is report from Raccoon City.
Yes. Yeah.
Raccoon City.
Look. Don't believe what Umbrella Corp is telling you.
Yeah, it was like instead of saying stars, they say manosphere. Manosphere nemesis.
Y'all have a good one to use.
Beta male coon.
Oh man.
Yeah, man, this shit's not gonna be over tonight. And yeah, it looked like my map. Let me bring up my map again. It looked like my map is going to be fairly clear or certain or close. Let me let you look at it real quick.
Oh yeah, it's and they just are starting to count this.
This is my map.
Shit, what site? Let me see. 271. Oh, okay, so you're using these 270. I'm using the New York Times in combination of a couple of other maps. I got the Guardian. I'm using Newsmax because they're actually pretty unbiased. Newsmax election results. Like their coverage actually has been the best. And I'm not trying to watch it, I just want to see the map. So they got wow. What does Newsmax have? Jeez. They don't have the map. Seriously?
I do the map is the only thing we fucking want.
Yeah, okay. No, they got it in the middle. They got it in the middle of the web page. I have to scroll down. I'm like, what the heck? Dude. I mean, your coverage is better than the CNN or whatever, but shit, give me the map, then you can have your live stream. I have to pause that.
This is the map. 270, 268.
Oh, shit. Oh, there you go. Oh, nice. Oh, that's what you got. So, wow, according to Newsmax, and they're aggressively calling this. So they have 214 to 210, Biden leading. And let me see, the states that they've called include Ohio for Trump, they include Florida for Trump,
yes,
Texas for Trump, Iowa for Trump, and that's all of the swing states I have so far. New Hampshire for Biden. They haven't called Minnesota yet, so it's still pending. Arizona for Biden. Oh, no, they haven't called that yet. Okay, so they're too close to call. All right, wow. So with that, they are being aggressive with their Trump projections right now. So Everyone else is being conservative except Fox News. They're taking some gambles right now. Fox and MSNBC, they're just like whatever. Let's see what CNN's talking about.
This is my map.
Oh yeah, I think you're using the same map as I. Like,
Yeah.
Newsmax.
No, Newsmax map is not. That's some bullshit.
No, that's the Newsmax map. That's the same one you just had. But yeah, let me see CNN's map. Oh yeah, CNN's being conservative. Well, not like Republican conservative, but like just calling everything. So, but they have. But the Senate race, Senate control, it's still 44 all. It's still 44 all. I'm just saying. Now I'm waiting for that blue wave to come in. House control. I know the Democrats are going to retake the House. I'll give them that.
That's pretty close, man. 46 to 42. That's next election, man. Once they lose Texas, it's insurmountable. They'll never win the presidency again. Ever.
Yeah. They gotta scramble. 4 years. They gotta prepare. Republicans need to get off their ass. Either rally behind Trump, find someone who can replace Trump in a more presidential manner, and isn't going to look like a Beltway establishment tool bag like a Jeb Bush. That's what they need to do.
That's not gonna happen. I mean, dude, you got Kevin McCarthy or Tom Cotton, and yeah, I don't think they're gonna turn that shit down. I think that after this guy gets another 4 years or not, the party's finished. They have nothing to sell. Today, I talked to a guy today who ran for office, and I had to let him know that, look, dude, what have they done for rural whites? Nothing. What have they done for black people? Nothing. Okay, why are you a Republican again? Well, if everybody just work hard, like, get the fuck out of here, man. You're only over there because you know you ain't got to ask for shit. like, come on, man. Ask for shit, get everything. You're not responsible, and all you do is just end up trolling. So, like, come on, man. You turn into a culture warrior the moment you get over there, and then you start pointing towards Chicago. I'm like, I don't fucking live there, and I don't care about the people there. What? They're black. It's like, yeah, I just took all your cards off the table. Now, tell me why you're over there. We're gonna work together, right? We're gonna go over here, aggressive. Not a big deal. What do you think about that? Like, oh, I think the Christians should die. It's like, yeah, that's not law and order. like these people come in. What's that?
Oh, CNN's late. They just called Minnesota. CNN just called Minnesota. They're late.
What, like just right the fuck now after you said it before earlier?
Yeah, I said it before. Like everyone said it. Freaking Fox News. Freaking Guardian said it. Freaking New York Times. New York Times is slow as dollop.
What are your projections?
Oh man! Oh, you're asking me? Shit.
Yeah. Reelect. The president reelects.
Oh man, I got to do the 270 map now with the new update because I had Biden winning that. Not just Nevada but Arizona. But let me do my new updated map now with the new results that we got. So let's just give him that. Let's just give Trump that. Biden that. So let's give Biden Maine. Rhode Island isn't called. What the fuck? Oh, Rhode Island been called. This map doesn't have Rhode Island called. Anyway, okay, so 238 to 243. That's what happened so far. Oh yeah, let me get Alaska and Hawaii in this bitch. All right. Oh. And what did I miss? What did I miss? Are you serious? I called all the states, right? Okay, well, I got the only difference is that he's going to lose Arizona, and oh yeah, you're going to have a rerun. We're going to have a rerun of 2016. It's just without Arizona. That's it. There you go. There's my big ass projection. 295 for Trump, 243 for Biden. Or
okay, so 295 for Trump, 243 for Biden.
Biden, yeah.
Damn. So what states are you giving them?
I'm giving them Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Damn!
Hey, I'm telling you, the Law and Order vote is coming out tonight. They just came home from work, and they are pissed off that they had to drive through all those boarded up shops in anticipation of what they think is going to happen. And they're like, oh, hell no. And MSNBC just called Florida for Donald Trump.
Yeah. Yeah, I never thought that Biden was going to win Ohio or Florida. That was never part of it. It was never part of the plan. Well, not this plan anyway.
So, oh man, they still got Biden, obviously. But all the big states, all the big states for Biden have been called: New York, California, Illinois. That's, I mean, and yeah, he got some.
Okay, well, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Look, what's up?
Trump has not talked about this platinum plan nowhere on the campaign trail.
Like, of course he hasn't. You can't offend him.
You can't offend them motherfuckers with a plan that's not going to help them.
I mean, you can't talk about giving MLK Day. I mean, Reagan didn't talk about MLK Day in the 84 campaign, but he gave it out anyway.
Yeah.
So,
I could just see him like playing like the fucking with Dre Day. Yeah. Platinum plan. Oh shit! Like, bro, nobody's pushing that shit right now.
Man, he might push some of that shit. If he wins, he might watch out. He might just push some of it.
No. If Trump gets a second term, he's going to do all the liberal shit that people actually want him to do. I think that a second term of Trump would get you more liberal shit than a Joe Biden term.
So when you say liberal shit, and liberal as in like classical liberal helping black men shit, or
nope, I'm talking about full legalization of drugs. I'm talking about it's not.
Shit. That's classical liberal shit. That's like classical liberal libertarian shit, like legalization of drugs
across the board. I mean, he's gonna go on across the board. I mean, and it's gonna be so non-controversial. The way he's gonna push it, because he's gonna be the person pushing the shit, right?
Oh yeah. At this point, I mean, he freaking, what is it? I think Trump Jr. had some sort of meme saying, I'm cool with gay couples smoking weed and having guns and shit. Just a little meme that Trump Jr. passed. So we all know what the Trumps are really about. Oh, Biden's talking. Biden. Let's see what Biden said. You want to turn this up or what? Or are we gonna get
No. Go ahead.
Okay, let me finish up.
Yeah. What channel is this?
All the channels.
Okay.
Let me know if you can hear this.
I was hearing it before, then it stopped.
Look, we feel good about where we are. We're ready to do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote, it was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the Nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not what we expected. We're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. We're talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we can know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer, as I've said all along. It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. I'm grateful to all my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he yelled, Joey, keep the faith. And my grandmama, she's laughing, yelled, no, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
No, he's an old ass man, man. He ready to go to bed, dude. He ain't trying to hear this shit. Like, man, fuck y'all. I'm going to bed. I see you niggas in the morning. Oops. See you guys in the morning.
In other words, the rest of you better get to bed because this shit ain't gonna be all tonight.
Nah, man, this shit ain't gonna be solved tonight, bro. It's not going to be.
He pulled a John Podesta on their ass.
Yeah,
Go to get some sleep. We'll call it in the morning.
I mean, you know, like Biden probably came out there in the fucking romper, man. Hey, man. Not a big deal, man, but I'm an old ass man, you know.
His wife was wearing a damn near robe herself. Shit, look at that. A bathrobe?
Like, look, they were like, Biden was like, and you know what? Zero's podcast is on. A-Gun is not doing anything overnight. What's going on, Melody? They were like, look, Mr. Fantastic is talking about the fucking Civil War shit. I ain't having it.
Oh, man. Fox News just called Montana, really? Okay, whatever. No, Montana was just called on Fox News, but it's a moot point. Anyway, but yeah, this is looking to be a rerun. What the hell? This is a rerun. All this hype for a rerun. What I told everybody.
All right, man. Well, let me look at this failed. All right, man. Let me look at this failed map of mine again.
Field map.
All right, so you're saying he won Iowa, right?
He's winning Iowa. I have him winning Iowa. Let me see the official polls. Oh yeah, well, he won Iowa. New York Times just projected that he will win Iowa. So
that means and you know what that means.
Your math is looking a bit accurate. It's just off by Pennsylvania, but other than that, it's looking accurate. And I'll say this: whoever wins Pennsylvania wins the presidency, regardless of whatever happens. Because if Biden loses Pennsylvania,
Oh. Oh.
let's look at the county
They
results.
said whoever wins Ohio wins.
No. Ohio is a 20th century state. Cleveland is not the number 4 largest city in the country anymore. Now in the 1950s, if you go at one of those maps where it has,
Whoa.
what? What's up?
The 4th largest city? They're not the 4th largest city?
Look, at one time ago in the galaxy far, far away, Cleveland used to be the shit. It wasn't the mistake by the lake that it is today. But seriously, if you get like on one of those maps where it shows aerial images from like the 50s and 60s, all sorts of factories up the ass. I mean, Cleveland was fucking booming. Cincinnati, no joke. But in Pennsylvania too. Pittsburgh looked like people were in it. Philadelphia looked like you didn't have abandoned buildings, dilapidated factories every other place. But let's look at Pennsylvania right now. Let's look at the places where, oh my God, Biden do so well. Oh, who's in here?
Might be. What's going on, man? It looked like Biden gave his "oh man, I'm ready to go to bed" speech. I'll talk to you guys in the
morning. What county is Scranton in? Scranton County. Is it Scranton County? It's called Scranton, Pennsylvania. It's in
of course not.
Lackawanna County. Okay, so all right, so the Philadelphia suburbs. We get Philadelphia itself, obviously it's gonna go Biden, but you got Delaware County leaning Biden right now, 59%. Montgomery County, these are the suburbs, leaning Biden, 61%, only 64% in the county. Bucks County has 35% in it, but Trump is leading. But that's another suburb, Bucks County. Chester County.
Yeah, I mean, but this is not. Yeah, but this is not counting the absentee ballots, the mail-in ballots, the early vote ballots. It's not counting any of that shit yet. None of it.
No, he's only 1 point behind in North Carolina, so I would still, cross my fingers on that. So.
Oh yeah. Yep. Oh well, but it's 95% of the votes counted. Let's look at North Carolina right quick. Let's see.
Release the lawyers. Release the lawyers.
Okay, well, look, you got a lot of the rural places in North Carolina already counted. Mecklenburg, where Charlotte is, 95%. Now you got some Biden.
Oh, Starscream, are you serious? Predicted GA for Biden? Hold on a second. Now I gotta go back to the map. Whoa, what's going on? Now I gotta go back to the map.
No.
Hold
I'm calling
on. I refuse to believe it too. I refuse to believe it too. But Starscream came in here selling hope. Jesus.
No, actually,
so now let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
Starscream, I got lawyers. Are you sure about that? Because I'm looking at the New York Times website, and it has Donald Trump leading, 53-45. Yeah, he's gonna draw out lawyers on this one. I got lawyers. I'm calling.
Release the liars. We must stall until February of 2021.
Just like they're stalling Halo 4 or Halo 5. I don't know what it is. Which one is going to stall more, the election results or Halo?
Like, dude, it's just. I don't know,
man. Oh, look at this. So, Maine may have one delegate for electoral vote for Trump. because all the northern counties in Maine are leaning Trump right now. Okay. Let me see. Well, Pennsylvania right now. Let's see. Lackawanna County. Okay, Biden won Lackawanna County. Biden won Scranton. All right, I'll give him that. But all the other surrounding counties, leaning Trump.
No, I mean, you know, the whole state is that Philly, Pittsburgh.
Yep.
Which, yeah. They got a lot of great places in Pennsylvania. A lot of them mountains. Like me, I love mountains and water. Like I like mountains on the side and like water underneath.
And Pennsylvania is one of the best states where you can find that.
Yeah.
I remember going to a friend's house. He lived just outside of, what is that place called? It was in Blair County, Altoona. And
oh man, Altoona's the shit, man. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It is. I mean, like Altoona, like area, Pennsylvania is kind of like Gatlinburg, Tennessee. You don't think that it would be a good place to be until you actually go visit.
Yeah, actually had some good friends who were from there. They've since moved, obviously, as college. But I remember taking a Greyhound bus trip throughout Pennsylvania. It was from DC to Philadelphia and Philadelphia to Altoona. But between Philadelphia and Altoona, I swear it was probably some of the best scenic views that you can find on the East Coast.
Yeah, like Altoona, yeah, man. I drove through there in a truck, and those views were amazing. Right now, I just got that GoPro Hero 9, 5K 30 frames seconds. It looks pretty good, man. No, I've been shooting, and it's been looking pretty nice so far.
All right. Just to prove my point on law and order vote, in Wisconsin, Kenosha County, remember when that big ass riot took place because of, I don't know, baby kid got shot. Donald Trump is leading 60% with 55% of the votes in. I know.
Ooh.
So, and Kenosha isn't the smallest place. It's right between Milwaukee and Chicago. So there are people who live there. So got some votes there. And then the bluest place in Wisconsin looks to be Dane County, where Madison is, University of Wisconsin, where Russell Wilson played. I know he sort of slacking there with marrying a single mother, but we won't talk about that right now. But Dane County, that's like the most liberal part of the county. That's where Joe Biden is leading 75%. But remember, this is Madison's, it's the capital of Wisconsin. So you have some people there, but it's probably no bigger than Kenosha, but still. Milwaukee, obviously, Joe Biden's leading there. But the suburban counties, all the surrounding counties of Milwaukee, all of them have Donald Trump leading.
Nice.
And for all of you football heads, Brown County, where Green Bay is, Donald Trump is leading there. But remember, these are all in the 50 to 70% ranges. So Wisconsin is nowhere close to being finished. That will not be finished tonight.
No, I mean, like tomorrow is where the lawyers come in at.
Yeah.
Man, we're a little bit over the 12 a.m. shit. So, all right, man, I'm about to close this out and go to like Obsidian's or Mr. Fantastic's panel. So, all right, man. I want to thank everybody for coming through. I'm an old ass man like Joe Biden. I'm sitting here in my Negro romper with the code word Negro across my chest. Oh shit! All right, man. Well, y'all have a nice one. Hey, thanks for coming out, Nagone, Mike B, Wacky Word of O, and Xanatos Clutch. hey, man. I mean, I'm putting together like a Minds in the Manosphere, so I'm gonna go down and just start interviewing all the homeboys of the fucking Manosphere. So that's how we're gonna do it, man.
All right, yeah. Let me know, and I'll definitely drop by.
All right, cool, man. All right, later.
Yeah. All right, later. Hey, Mike B, you want to say anything? We didn't hear from Mike B yet.
No, Mike B left, man.
Oh, he will. Damn, he's tired of me
Yeah.
talking shit.
All right, cool, man. All right.
All right, later.
All right.